Loyal move, loyal move. Come on in, come on in, come on in. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. It's Saturday, it's Saturday. I gotta let it play, I gotta let it play. On Saturday. I gotta fix this down. Mm-hmm. How do I fix it? Cold as shit out there. Cold as motherfucker out there, bitch. Oh, that shit keep blowing everywhere. Under the car, anything. Shit keep blowing all over the place. Ugh. 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 What the hell is that? Got a baby. It can't be. That joint like a baby snake on that motherfucker. Yeah, that's a baby snake. Yeah, you fucking with that joint. That joint little baby snakes. Oh, everything. pit like that little jam. A mix with get this started in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Countdown. Two-minutes countdown. They got snakes out this month. It's cold as shit for snakes. Loyal Moves about to get this shit started, man. She got a pit bull beagle. I ain't never seen that in my goddamn life. How you got a pit bull mixed with a beagle? Or does a pit bull beagle? That's different. About to get to this day 1090 Jake. This my day 1090 Jake and what's that the girl, the lady from the Baddies Club. 1090 Jake and the ladies from the Baddies Club. What's her name? She irritating as shit. Charleston White right about 1090 Jake though. I don't understand that shit. That's what they do. That's what they do. That's what they do, man. That's what they do. I swear to God. 1090 Jake and what is her name, man? From the Baddies Club. What is it? But that bra annoying as shit. Is like, God damn. She talking about cash shit. She try to be like the boy and shit, man. You a grown ass woman, man. What the hell wrong with you, girl? Shit, I'd stay like this for years. Build mine's up like a real motherfucker. With the hammers, the tools, and everything. Build that shit from the dirt. Build this shit from the dirt. Just talking. About real shit. Just talking. Build this shit from the dirt. Let's see what we gonna do, man. Let's get it. We in here. 1090 Jake, huh? 1090 Jake. Go check him out. 1090 Jake. Yeah. Oh, I gotta get you out of here because you won't interfere. All right, so we got 1090 Jake. 1090 Jake today. We gonna get on him today. That's what we gonna do. We gonna do 1090 Jake today. 1090 Jake and the lady from the Baddies Club.
Irritating as a motherfucker. I called him and he ain't called me back. Yeah, damn. Leave that boy alone, man. Shit. You could tell all the Illuminati people. I swear to God, you can tell all of. They was talking about academics, 1090 Jake, and this bitch. I can't say her name from the Baddies Club. I'm the owner. I ain't own you. I ain't own that. I ain't own. Stop telling all your goddamn business. Nobody cares. That's your shit. God damn. That's your shit. Like, who cares? People be killing me when they be talking about their money and what they got and shit. They be killing me like a motherfucker. That's your shit. Nobody cares. If you got money and you got, I got money, then you ain't got no money. Fuck out of here. You got to broadcast that shit. I got money, I got money. Then you ain't got no money. Real shit. When people start doing that, then man, that shit. I ain't got this, I ain't got that. Man, nobody cares. That's your shit. Like, who the fuck cares about your shit? That's your money. That's your house. That's your cars. That's your shit. Like, cause you telling somebody that you got this, that mean everybody should be this and that. Man, come on, man. That's your shit. Nobody care. She be going off. She be having me thinking, how old is this bitch? Like 15 years old or some shit? That lady like 40, 40 something, 48 years old. That lady tripping. I tried to get Kai on my show. Let's look at this shit, man. Oh, hold up. Oh, yeah, there you go. Make sure y'all subscribe and like to the channel, man. This is Loyal Moves. We about to get it started. Get it started. Way too. I gotta run two of them at the same time. So we're gonna run two at the same time. Okay, here we go. Uh, I got a house. I got a car. I got gold rings. I got money. Oh, happy motherfucker. Go sit down. Shit, go. God damn, you gotta splash your money all over the place. Come on, man. Don't do this to me right now. Shit. Fuck is that? No, bitch. I don't want that. I got money. I got money. Loyal moves, loyal moves. Make sure you hit that motherfucking like button. Excuse me, hit that like button. Yeah, we real over here. We don't hit no it ain't no act and all that. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? The old YouTube way. It's the old YouTube way. That's how we gonna keep it. The old YouTube way. That's what we doing over here. That's probably why, you know what I mean, people like, oh, I ain't got too many. Nah, man, we don't do all that over here. We gonna keep it loyal to what it really is. If I feel like I have to say something, then I say something. But most likely, I can't be, you know what I'm saying, doing the new YouTube way. We sticking to the old YouTube way, man. I don't know about these new YouTubers. I guess they all from Hollywood and they all the Illuminati YouTubers. But we gonna stick to the old way, man. We not doing all that old sucker, sucker, kiss upper. Shit, we not kissing ass over here. We don't kiss ass. We don't do that. We sticking to the old ass way, and that's how we gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? You know how motherfuckers used to spray paint on the trains? We sticking to that way. We sticking to spray painting on trains, nigga. We not doing the bougie way, man. We not we that new bougie shit going on, and then just talk about anything because you could just talk about it. Nah, we not gonna do that. Talk about anybody because you could talk about them and all that type of shit. We not gonna do. We gonna stick to what it is. You know what I'm saying? I think that, man, most majority of these people, man, they get a taste and then they go to waste. They get a taste and go to waste, yeah. That's what they do. See, majority of the people when they stick to their old ways and I got man, I go for the I subscribe to all the people that's normal. Do the normal things, man. You know what I'm saying? People the difference. They do different things. They got really different things going on with them. So I subscribe to them. I don't care what they look like, man. If they come off with something different, I'm not about appearances and all that type shit. I mean, people be stuck up on that. You know what I'm saying? What was it? The lady that beat the boy up. She beat the boy up on the mouth. She was getting off the airplane, but she beat the hell out of that boy. She beat the hell out of him. Come on, why? All right, here we go. Here we go. Come on, man. Work for me. Work for a brother, man. Work for a brother. Ah, all right. Let's see. All right, listen. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome. Hold on. Let me look down here. Let me do this first. Then I'm gonna go down here to this comments and shit. Hold on. 'Cause make sure you hit them likes though and subscribe. You make them comments, hit them likes, subscribe to your channel, whatever it may be. Let me see. I'm trying to get this going right quick. Ah, 1090 Jake. they I mean, Charleston White was right about him. 1090 Jake, he be going off. I used to go off on him. DJ academics, all that. I used to say I used to say the same shit these people be. I be thinking they be picking my shit. All this shit they saying now, I been said, man. I already been said all this. All these things that they saying, I been saying. I don't mind giving y'all thoughts and opinions. Man, and then now you got what's his name? Chris Chrisley or Chrisley's, the one that Donald Trump pardoned. He done came out of jail. He said, man, they treating black people bad in jail. They treating black people bad in jail. I seen the difference. I seen the difference. He saying that y'all finally seen the difference. How they treat black people and white people. Like you finally seen the difference. I don't know how, but shit, it been going on for years. Somebody said he just need he doing that because he needs something for his series to talk about. You know what I'm saying? I say he went to jail because the nigga was already on the pocketbook tip. So he went to jail. He became friends with some prisoners and shit, and they saved his life. So he feel like he have to do something for them because they kept his ass safe. Or he got a boyfriend now, one or the other. Let's see, he sold his soul. He said when Charleston White said no jumper, just gang members that can't leave. Oh man, they just gang members that can't leave. All right, let's get over to this broad, man, because she's irritating as fuck. Hold on, let me go over to her right quick. Yeah, where you at? Where you at? Here she go. That's her name, Natalie. Not Natalie. That's her name, Natalie. Man, she irritating as shit. Hold on, let me see something. People doing anything. You got a man up here, the dance challenge. He got one leg, and this nigga up here like he in a strip club. Yeah, bro, calm down. Man, what you doing? What you talking about, Natalie? Let's get it. All right, let me go down here in this comments. What you talking about? This nigga talking about pull up and smoking crack. Bro, everybody know crackhead because you a crackhead, motherfucker. you, you sound dumb as shit. Can I pull up and smoke crack with you? That's how you know ignorant motherfucker. They just say ignorant, dumb shit out their mouth. Can I pull up and smoke crack with you? Nigga, everybody know crackhead because you a crackhead ass nigga. Motherfuckers be tripping. No, nigga, you can't pull up. Take your crackhead ass on the motherfucking block and go buy some crack. Go smoke with the crackheads you been smoking with. What the fuck wrong with people?
Why do you keep DMing me saying let's collab and then you don't want to collab? I'm too expensive? Or the streams are gonna really stream. Which one is it? I'm trying to figure it out. But I'm gonna stream. Everybody follow my Twitch. Ain't no shade to Kai. I just feel like the games are like weird. It's like you can't play with me, Natalie Nunn. The name is legendary. And you can't play with the baddies. That's very legendary too. And I own both.
Oh God, hold on, man. Let me go 12 times. Uh yeah. No. Fuck wrong with you. Motherfucker, can I pull up and smoke crack with you? The most dumbest motherfucker in the world. Can I pull up and smoke? Just say stupid shit out their mouth. Ain't got nothing on their mind, nothing to do, nothing at all. Just fucked up in the head, retarded as shit. Can I come up and smoke crack with you? Nigga, how you felt when you said that and when you thought about writing that? Ask yourself that. Like how you felt when you wrote that shit down and then you thought about it. It was like, oh shit, dumb motherfucker. Can I pull up and smoke crack with you? Like everybody crackheads like them and shit. People say the most dumb assuming shit I ever seen in my motherfucking life. Cause he out there selling crack. I mean, smoking crack, selling his ass. He think he could come in and just ask people, can he pull up and smoke crack with him? That shit sounded cool to him to say. See how dumb motherfuckers is? Just say dumb shit out their mouth. Just and think they funny too. Just say dumb shit out your mouth and think you funny. People be corny as shit, be saying dumb shit out their mouth and think they funny as a motherfucker. Can I pull up and smoke crack with you? No, nigga, go smoke crack with yourself. Go smoke crack in the alley where it smell like piss at. Fuck wrong with you? Ask me no stupid ass shit. I hate people, man. To say this the dumbest shit out their mouth. You say dumb shit and think the shit funny and cool as a motherfucker. It's funny. It's cool to be a crackhead, nigga. Fuck wrong with you? It's cool to say dumb shit out your mouth. That you assume that your assumption that everybody else in the world crackheads and do drugs and all that dumb shit like you and drink liquor, alcohol, and fucked up like you. Nigga, I work out. Fuck wrong with you? Oh, motherfucking do no motherfucking crack. Never in my motherfucking life. Will I do crack? Never in my life will I try to do crack. Never in my life did I attempt to do crack. Never in my life did I will do crack, motherfucker. Fuck wrong with you? Assaulting ass shit people be saying. Well, why are you mad? Cause it's stupid. Cause people say the dumbest shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can see a motherfucker come on and be like, how you doing, man? What's going on today? You know what I'm saying? How you doing? You know what I mean? What's jumping off? What's the word today? You know what I'm saying? What you learned today? You know what I'm saying? People come on, people at the stage as little kids and ignorant. They never change. They will never change. They will always be at that same stage as a little kid and goofy as a motherfucker. That's just like they was talking about what the fuck is it? Academics. Nigga, a whole grown man sitting online talking to a little boy. Like he the little boy age and shit. Saying the weirdest shit ever in his life. This how backwards this world is. This world backwards as shit. Just and I should pin that John like, man, look what you say. Listen to where your brain at in the world, nigga. Can I come and pull up and smoke crack? The dumbest motherfucker. The dumbest. That's where we gonna start calling these motherfuckers the dumbest. Just say the dumbest shit. Just pull up and say the dumbest shit. That's why motherfuckers on, cause you pull up and say the dumbest shit. Fuck gonna pull up and say, hey, can I smoke crack with you? Retarded. he retarded, man. You know, I'm going in on this for a second, man. Then I'm gonna get to where I gotta get to. But this right here is the dumbest shit I ever seen in my life, man. You know what I'm saying? You pull up, you say hello. You don't pull up and say, man, can I smoke crack with you, nigga? Slow as shit. The dumbest motherfucker. Ain't got shit on their head. Just pull up and say anything. And think it's funny and shit. Giggle to theyself and shit on their own jokes. One of them motherfuckers. The dumbest. Hey, I'm about to pin this motherfucker. Can I pull up and smoke crack with you, my brother? Oh, goofy motherfucker. Hey, yeah, this man wanna pull up. You gonna write this down online. You wanna pull up and smoke crack with somebody. That's how you know the world fucked up. Ain't got shit going on. And that's why I'm gonna keep doing these videos and doing that because these motherfuckers ain't got shit going on. At least in our time of coming up, we had shit going on for real. These motherfuckers today do not have a brain for real. They just pull up and say dumb shit and goofy shit and think that shit cool. That shit be whack as a motherfucker. And then they feel whack after they say the shit. Like, can I pull up and smoke crack with you, my brother? Oh, dumb nigga. Oh, fool. That's stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's stupid as a mud, man. That make me think that, man, society is fucked up for real. When you just see people who ain't got no, they can't write something smart. They can't write something intelligent. They can't sit back and think like a grown man or a grown woman. They say the most ignorant ass shit. Man, there you go. They say the most ignorant shit, man. That's what be pissing me off. That's why I make these videos. I don't give a fuck if they get no views or none of that. Nigga, y'all need to see yourself and where y'all heading to. You don't know, motherfucker don't care about where they heading to. They just here to say stupid shit, to smoke crack. They don't even want to help they motherfucking, they don't even want to help they people out of struggle. They don't even see the racism. They don't see none of that. They don't see where this shit heading to. They just sitting here like, I'm here. Hey, let me just go play Goofy every day. Oh, goofy motherfuckers. Let me say the most goofiest shit. Let me do the most dumb goofiest shit to get me some views. Nigga, talk about something real, man. I just heard a boy up here say he said some crazy shit too. Cause I'm light skinned. The dark skinned people keep, nigga. If you don't shut your crybaby ass up, cause I'm light skinned, dark skinned people been picking with me all my life. Come on, bruh. You old whiny ass nigga. What is you talking about? Like, come on, man. Y'all niggas be tripping. These niggas. And then they talking about, man, look, just read the comment and tell me how it make you feel. Like, yo, dumb motherfucker. Can I pull up and smoke crack with you, my brother? Oh, retarded motherfucker. That's the first thing on your mind when you talk, ass nigga. You piss me off, boy. Talking that dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Usually, look, a grown woman or grown man will come in with a conversation, right? Or come in with some, you know what I'm saying, something to say that's positive instead of negative. Negativity push a motherfucker away. That's real shit. Positivity give a person a view of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? You can learn something from positive, but a negative motherfucker, man, a negative motherfucker play you for real. Just say dumb shit and think it's cool and shit. You know what I'm saying? And them be the ones, right? That people overlook, but they say the dumbest shit out their mouth, and you need to look at them motherfuckers. Like, man, what's fuck? Come on, man. We sitting over here having a real conversation. Then a nigga pull up and say some dumb shit. And everybody just walk away. Come on, man. I gotta get it together. What the fuck is y'all doing? Niggas, you got niggas on here showing $10 bills and shit like they hustlers and shit. Like, man, what the fuck is going on, man? Niggas desperate. Desperate for attention ass nigga. Look, when I do these videos, If you go back and look at my videos, majority of my videos talking about how people do black people. Majority of my videos. A lot of my new videos is how you just watch how the rap society just fall to the floor. And this is why, because you have people they really, you know what I'm saying, they really don't recognize. They eyes now open. You know what I'm saying? They insecure with they self. So when a motherfucker insecure with they self, they fucked up with others. That's how life is. Shit, I'd rather live in a box by my motherfucker self. Real shit. To deal with an ignorant motherfucker and listen to ignorant shit and goofy shit all the time, dog. That's real shit. I'd rather live by myself before a motherfucker, or be by myself before a motherfucker put something in my weed, or in my drink, or in my food, or in my, you know what I'm saying? Real shit. I'd rather listen to my own words before I just sit back and listen to any ignorant motherfucker to say anything out their mouth and ain't got shit on their mind, dog. You ain't got nothing on your mind. You lost out here. You roll up to a conversation and you saying dumb shit like that. You lost in the sauce. You lost, man. Like, God, we all pray for you, nigga. We all pray for you, man. Cause y'all be lost. Man, right. He said, what they criticize because that man be going in circles. But when he talking and he say some real shit, and they be criticizing the man Charleston White, but the man be saying some real shit. Like, this is what people really actually do. This is what, like, they show their ignorance before they show their smarts. Cause they be slow as a motherfucker, stupid, think they know everything type motherfuckers. Want to be ahead of the game motherfuckers. They be some shit. The only thinking they thinking about is, hey, brother, can I pull up and smoke crack with you? I thought that was really funny. Oh, dummy. Oh, stupid bitch. Oh, man, come on, man. Like, stop, man. Hey, come on, man. Go read a book, or, you know what I'm saying, learn something, man. Stop smoking crack, man. Stop smoking crack, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't good for you, man. Stop smoking crack, bro. Not right now. Ain't nobody give a fuck about your shit, lady. Don't never goofy. Goofy motherfuckers. I'm a big timer. I do this. I do that. Get off yourself. Let it. Come on, man. I'm about to let her rock out and see how much irritated people get just listening to this.
Great. Back in February with Kai Sanat, but it never happened for whatever reason. And she made it clear that it was Kai that had messaged her. So because the collab never happened, she started a Baddies University on Twitch, similar to what the streamers, similar to Streamers University. And apparently, Streamers University is getting record-breaking views, okay? And it really seems like Natalie is beefing with Kai. She was saying that he's being weird, and she gives some examples of that. But you know what? Let's have Natalie tell it. Listen to this.
Hey, guys. Baddies University starts tonight. Don't get in here talking shit or you'll get expelled. I have no problem expelling people. Simple. Look at that number. Listen, I feel some type of way. Let me just turn off my own.
Her voice, like right now, they got her voice into something else, but her voice is kind of like it's like that for real, man.
My own. How do you turn it off? The comments. There we go. Because you know what? At the end of the day. Why should I listen to what they're talking about? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the hell?
Why should I listen to what they talking about? Because man, they your fans. They, you know what I'm saying? You gotta pay attention. You know what I'm saying? That's what I be saying. People be thinking these people care. These people don't give a fuck about you. They say dumb shit like that.
Because you know what? At the end of the day. Why should I listen to what they're talking about? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the hell? No, so listen. This is how I feel. This is how I feel for Rome. I feel like, Kai, I don't even know you. I've never met you a day in my life. You have spoke about me on your streams. You have posted things, I don't know. And you, like, it's weird. Like, you DM'd me. I don't DM niggas. Like, I don't have to DM people. I don't really even know, like, what's going on. Like, you DM'd me asking how we can collab back in February. I told you multiple things that we can do. You then did a whole streaming university, but because I'm caught up in the baddie university world, teaching these bitches to be bad bitches, get money, I feel like you just kind of like are playing, like you playing with the baddies. I have one stream where one of your boys, I don't know their names. I love them all, no shade. But he was like, post for me, ask that. And you were like, what the fuck was that? You know what it is. If you're a streamer, you know. My song was #1 on TikTok. Like, you just keep kind of playing with me and the baddies. But again, let's get back to the DMs in February when we were filming Baddies Gone Wild. And you kept DMing me saying you wanted to do something with the baddies. And
petty as shit. Like, it's a petty ass world out there. You beefing with a young ass boy. And you about 44, 40, 45, 44, 30 something years old. He like 20, what he like 21, 22 years old or some shit. And you sitting here talking like this.
And then you go around me. And I will post the DMs, and you're reading my DMs to you right now. I'm not a little girl. I'm a boss. I'm really the boss. So I feel some type of way that you keep on doing like weird little kitty shit. I'm not a kid. I'm grown. I'm a boss. Again.
If you not a kid, you grown, you're a boss again. Then why the fuck is you? Why is you talking about that, man? It's petty. But you a boss. It's petty. It's petty. I mean, just let it go. Just like I let this crackhead nigga go. Just it's petty. You know what I'm saying? You gonna void some things, man. It's petty. But you want to sit here, you talking about your boss, you not your adult, and this is what you sound like.
The creator of Baddies, a streaming show. It's a streaming network, and you just I don't know. So it's like stop DMing me asking what we can do with the baddies and me and my baddies. We again. I just feel like you're playing. It's funny because I could play too. Baddies University. I went to USC. Fight on Trojans. I'm smart. A businesswoman. So smart. You don't own Baddies and you don't own University. I will literally have a fucking ball. Matter of fact, I want to book all of the biggest athletes that played college.
So you want to steal his ideas. You're a boss. If you're a boss, you come up with your own shit. You ain't gotta steal nobody ideas and what they doing and trying to still double tap on their name and shit. Like you ain't gotta do that. You're a boss. You're a grown ass woman. You the boss. Remember, you ain't gotta go out and steal their rhythm. To be a boss, you can come up with your own rhythm. You know what I'm saying? People be tripping.
Any sport. Okay? The baddie, look, it's that.
Listen to her.
Oh, it's a streaming network. And you just, I don't know. So it's like, stop DMing me asking what we can do with the baddies and me and my baddies, again, I just feel like you're playing. It's funny because I could play too. Baddies University. I went to USC. Fight on Trojans. I'm smart. A businesswoman. So smart. You don't own Baddies and you don't own University. I will literally have a fucking ball. Matter of fact, I want to book all of the biggest athletes that played college, any sport. Okay? The Baddie, look, it's Baddie University. I'm gonna show you some shit. You missed out on a lot of things that we could have did on your little universe. I didn't see it. I just heard recently about it. And I went to my DMs and I'm like, why do you keep DMing me saying let's collab and then you don't want to collab? I'm too expensive? Or the streams are gonna really stream.
I wouldn't even pay. God, hell nah. Some of these people be thinking they overpricing themselves, and these people overpricing themselves. Hey, I pull up, it be you gotta pay me like 10,000 for me to nigga. I hear you on the radio. Fuck out of here. And I see you on the TV, man. Well, I don't gotta pay. I pay. How much for cable? I pay. How much for this? Man, nah, man. I ain't paying you no $50,000 to see your funkin' ass, man. You got to be. Hell nah.
All of the biggest athletes that played college, any sport. Okay? The Baddie, look, it's Baddie University. I'm gonna show you some shit. You missed out on a lot of things that we could have did on your little universe. I didn't see it. I just heard recently about it. And I went to my DMs and I'm like, why do you keep DMing me saying let's collab and then you don't want to collab? I'm too expensive?
Cause he feel as though he bigger than you. And he should have to pay you, you should have to pay him. That's just what it is. He's saying he's doing bigger things than you right now. So I don't think he gonna pay you to collab with you, man. You looking for a paycheck to collab with him. So she feels some type of way because he ain't gonna pay her. That's what it is. That's what it is. He acting funny and shit. He probably like, I ain't paying this bitch. Hey, fuck out of here. I ain't paying her no motherfucking $40,000, $50,000 just to pop up on my stream. Hell nah.
You don't own Baddies and you don't own University. I will literally have a fucking ball. Matter of fact, I want to book all of the biggest athletes that played college, any sport. Okay? The daddy, look, it's
You want to do you now? Granted, you probably had the idea, but man, he took it. He took the he took off with the idea. Like he took off with it. So now you want to come back and steal his idea. He already did it. Do something else. That's what I don't understand with people. Like people act like they need people. They can't do things on their own and all that type of shit. Like do it yourself. Stop stealing people's shit, ideas. And then y'all get to jumping and be thinking I did this myself. Nigga, you stealing people ideas.
daddy university. I'm gonna show you some shit. You missed out on a lot of things that we could have did on your little university. I didn't see it. I just heard recently about it. And I went to my DMs and I'm like, why do you keep DMing me saying let's collab and then you don't want to collab? I'm too expensive?
Right. You too expensive. You yeah. Ain't nobody paying. You act like you like the top of the line superstar out this motherfucker.
Salary.
Great. What do you typically offer for this role?
Like you not the top of the line superstar then. Come on, man. Who she collab with? Like Ray J and shit like that? And then she gonna say, I'm too much.
What is it? I'm trying to figure it out. But I'm gonna stream. Everybody follow my Twitch. Ain't no shade to Kai. I just feel like the games are like weird. It's like you can't play with me, Natalie Nunn. The name is legendary. And you can't play with the baddies. That's very legendary too. And I own both of them.
Man, you got beat up on your own show. Like, you got beat up on your own show. Real shit. Then, what's her name? The little Baltimore youngin was about to. Did she beat her? People was like, I used to take up for her. I used to like, man, leave that girl alone, man. I think people keep trying to jump on her for no reason. Leave that girl alone, man. Now I'm starting to see like this is why they was fucking her up. This is why they was doing this to you. But you know, to each his own. But the thing is, like you like 47 years old, 48 years old, and you talking about Kai Cenat, and he should pay you to come on his show. You crazy. You should be paying him. You know what I'm saying? She talking about she a legend. Don't hey, a lot of people don't know who the fuck you is. Like you know what I'm saying? There's probably some little girls or some shit. Like people I don't know you like that. You like this motherfucker that pulled up and made a comment talking about let's smoke crack together. Yeah.
My name and baddies. So what do you want to do, Kai? What do you want to do? Let's have fun. I said let's have fun. So I feel like we should have just, landed the plane instead of playing. I mean, we daddies fly on jets. We don't fly on just any kind of planes. So Daddy University starts tonight. And yeah, it's
Man, listen. It starts tonight, right? I swear to God on everything. How many people gonna tune into that compared to tuning into shorty shit? That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna add up the numbers. How many people tuned into her show and it starts the first show? How many people tuned into it? To Cass Cenat show on how many people tuned into that. Now, I'm off of that. I'm gonna go to Jake 1090. Jake, we're gonna go to him, but we're gonna get back to the crackhead. Now, I done left people alone, man. You know, I understand, I get it. You know, you leave people alone, they smoke crack and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? They want to pull up and smoke crack around you and shit. Man, come on, man. Come on. Stop. Stop smoking crack, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Then you had them crackheads, they on crack, they want you to be on crack. You get what I'm saying? They did crack, they think everybody else in the world did crack. You got them motherfuckers. Check this out. I'm not that. I'm a grown ass man, so you can't get me with the moves, motherfucker. I done been through a lot of shit. You motherfucker can't get me with the moves and try to. You a crackhead. Oh, you want to see me? Look what I got. Look what I got. Nah, nigga, you can't get me, bruh. I ain't got shit. You can't get me. I'm not the one. I might trick your ass. You ain't tricking me. You a crackhead. No, nigga, I got this, I got that, I got this, I got that. Nah, I ain't the one, bruh. Fuck out of here. You got the wrong one. Don't think you gonna downsize me and I get to be like, look what I got. I'm from the ghetto. I'm from the ghetto. I ain't from that bullshit y'all from. Fuck wrong with they be thinking they motherfucking out here trying to get people to show all they shit. They say little down shit, like, you know what I mean? Dumb shit like that. And they think a person still in the vibe of little kid shit and little kid minded shit. Like, I'm gonna show all my stuff so I can prove my point. Nigga, if you feel like I'm a crackhead, keep feeling that way. That's how I feel. Like, if you feel that way, keep feeling that way, man. That'll keep your ass away from me. Fuck. I'm good. That's how you gotta look at shit. Motherfuckers say shit, they let me go off, get to showing all your shit because a nigga said one thing. Hell nah. I'ma go in on their ass. Motherfucker say one thing, motherfucker get to showing all they shit. You a crackhead. Nigga, look, I got 20 million, I got 20,000. Look at this, I got this, I got cars, I got, man, nigga, you ain't gotta prove nothing to none of these old dirty bastards, man. Eh, prove something to these people for what? You know what I'm saying? What do y'all like prove something to these people for what? For what? You ain't got nothing. People be thinking they got something to prove. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Like if somebody says something to you, people get in their feelings. So it be feelings real heavy. So you know what I'm saying? I've been there. I had to learn. I had to learn what it was. People get in their feelings real heavy. Y'all gotta stop. When somebody say something, ignore their ass. Ignore them. Cause you could tell. Like, people say the dumbest shit, and you just gotta ignore them. Be like, man, yeah, goofy motherfucker. Somebody say, you ain't. Somebody say I'm playing a video game. You ain't got no money. I ain't got no money, nigga. I'm broke. Fuck you talking about? Fuck yeah, I ain't got no money. You right. That's how you gotta do things with people, man. You can't fall in with them. They be goofy motherfuckers just trying to lurk and see what's going on and try to use a motherfucker strategy that's old as a motherfucker. Come up with some new shit. That old ass, that's how you know a motherfucker's still in the same place because they use them old ass strategies. Strategies be old and out of date like a motherfucker. Yeah. And But majority of y'all people be falling for these niggas and what they be saying out their mouth. Like, come on, man. Stop falling for it. Just like her sitting on here talking about, yeah, they should be paying me this. They shouldn't be, man. Who are you fooling? Be falling for these people's strategies out here, man. Y'all gotta stop falling for these people's strategies, cause these people be lame as a motherfucker. Talking about Charleston White, man, be breaking it down. These be the same people will burn their own people to the ground, but kiss ass on the other side. They'll show off for some white people, but they'll burn the black man or the black woman down. And the crazy part about it is that's their own. That's what they do. They get the white man rich, and they'll make sure the black man poor. Cause they say a birds and shit like that. Like that's the shit they do. Like they'll make sure the white man rich. They'll go to the white man. They'll try to talk all proper and shit, and do all that, and have more respect. But then they come to the black man and they say dumb shit. Like everybody just go for the dumb shit that they say. Y'all gotta get it right, man. They say dumb shit out their mouth. But go to a white person, they talking all proper and trying to change up their forms and shit that you know what I mean, to oppress the white man. But when they come to the black man, they come around and say that dumbest shit out their mouth, yeah. They say the dumbest things I ever heard, like stupid. And think it's funny and think it's cool and shit like that. That's what they gotta do. You gotta act real childish and unprofessional with your own kind. But when it comes to a white man, they proper, you know what I'm saying? They you know what I'm saying? That's what I was just saying to somebody the other day. How can you be respectful with people at your work, but you can't do it at home? I gotta keep that job. Is you paying me? It's all about a buck. All these motherfuckers concerned about money. That's what it. That's what they concerned about. They be lying, everything. Niggas be so pressed. They come on shows with fake cash and shit. Like, come on, man. What is we doing? Now rap going down. Rap is going under. And now everybody, the people that were streaming, now you got all these old motherfuckers that want to come over to streaming now because it didn't work out over here. Now the door is open to anybody. But yeah, why come over where you didn't want to be at? You wanted to be a rapper. Stay rapping. I mean, stay rapping. Leave us streamers to stream on y'all shit that y'all do. Yeah, breaking cast in that, Adam Ross, speed humiliation. Academics, man, man, let's get back to her, cause she chub. We gotta go to what's his name? Jake 1090. We gotta get to him, and I understand. I'm gonna come back to her, but we gonna get to why I put her on there and why I'm putting him on there. And I'ma live it through these words right here. Shout out to Stingy K. Shout out to Lola Lee T.
Yeah, fat white boy 1093. I'm tired of folk getting in mid. I'm tired of white boys like him, man. The Adam 22 no jumper kind of. I'm tired of them. I'm tired of white boys. Say, homie, where I come from, we go boy. Boy, don't get to just hang over here and be friendly and ain't got to take no man. Nah, they too cool with these boys. Folk be 1090 Jake mama. Sister, somebody borrowing money from him, not paying him back. How does this white boy make $1 million and ain't no robbed him yet? Why have 1098? Why his house ain't been burglarized? God damn it, man. Y'all done got too soft. They slap him. Somebody whoop, man. Somebody needs to whoop this white boy. I'm sick of this white boy in business. Ain't nobody.
Hey, man, what's the deal? It's your
man, real.
Y'all done got too soft. They slap him. Somebody whoop, man. Somebody needs to whoop this white boy. I'm sick of this white boy in business. Ain't nobody.
Hey, man, what's the deal? It's your boy.
He telling the truth.
He getting them out.
That man telling the whole truth. Like, come on, man. Telling the truth. It is what it is, man. They keep talking about that, man. Yeah, he be switching up saying crazy shit, but when he telling the truth, he telling the truth. That's the problem. Motherfucker be scared to hear a motherfucker get to going.
Interrogation tapes from the police department. How's he getting this? The media can't get this. The news, Channel 8, Channel 9, how is he getting this? And why is it they just giving it to a white man only to come destroy black people? This white man got the power to destroy black people, and we eating out the palm of his hands because he can come expose our snitches. He ain't exposing no white folks. They ain't giving him no white interrogation tapes or the bikers.
He cooking though.
Who doing this to us?
Got a point.
Who? Why is it a white face that sits over the tape that decides who we see and we biting on it? Who is this white boy? And why is he so into black snitching? Why does it matter to this guy? I don't even know him. Don't know nothing about him. Don't know. I just know he a white boy. And I them kind of folks.
A lot of people think he's credible. Well, this that he puts out is pretty accurate, but he gets a lot of credit because, for one, he's allegedly a blood. He did time in prison.
What,
so
what state?
A lot of the street guys stamp him because he.
What state and what state he from?
Florida and Boston.
There's no real bloods in Florida. It ain't no real Crips in Florida.
It ain't nothing like that going on in Florida, man. He capping. Something ain't right.
I think when he went to prison, that's when he got stamped. I don't know his story.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know who he is. I don't care how credible his information is. We don't want to hear it from no white boy to come destroy our kind. He destroying number black people with this credible information that he obviously is getting from the police. How is he getting this information, people?
Hey, man, what y'all think, bruh? Y'all...
Hey, he telling the truth. That's what I think. Like, I mean, everybody be hee ha goofy and shit, you know what I mean? Laughing at him, but man telling the truth. And people, that's what people be goofy and they overlook. They laughing too much, but they not looking into what the man's saying. They all on the goofy tip. Just think the man playing and shit. That's just like when Gene Deal went up to the motherfucking courthouse and dude was yappity yap yap yap. Yappity yap yap yap. And then somebody put out the word that Gene Deal knocked the nigga out at the courthouse. And then he go approach the white dude and shit and want to have a conversation. He want to have a conversation. He approached the white dude to put the bullshit out on him and want to have a conversation. But the way he was tearing Gene Deal down, like, you did it, you ain't trying to burst Gene Deal, another black man as himself. He trying to pull him down. But when he learned that the white man said something about him, it was a conversation like shit. So he right. That's how they do.
He letting the roller rule in white. He come over here now. Come on, Adam.
bro going up like that?
They gonna be fucking you. One of them good that ready to bring Sally up out. Come on over here. Come on. You can spend a night and everything. 10 night and you. I hate that white boy. And he fat. He ain't a hunk boy that can hang out on the beach. The black hole cut for him. Man, I hate this white boy.
He going up, man. What's going on with Charles?
White boy. Tell him get some paperwork on me then. Said he can get paperwork. Said he tell him get my mother. Said this might turn me into a snitch. You say, man, somebody needs to start robbing this boy. Rob snatch. His chain needs to be snatched for Christmas. Somebody needs to. I'm saying. I'm not calling for it. I'm just saying. I'm just.
He just saying.
That's what I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating for no robberies or nothing, but I'm just saying. We got to do something, y'all. These todayers done got so weak that they can't even work in the sun laying concrete no more. Remember, it used to be in the sun laying concrete. They used to look up. It used to be niggas on the roof. Why these niggas so weak now they can't even handle the sun? And
hey, man, Austin White on that. He tripping on this live. I ain't gonna lie, man. Y'all let me know y'all thoughts and opinions.
That nigga is tripping. He telling the truth, though.
A white boy, if he was in prison, the real would get it. If he was in prison, there's no way a white boy like 1090 Jake, nah, it's some real to say, them, what's them called? Them Mandingo warriors. I ain't talking about them black liberators. How is this white boy? I wouldn't give a what he show up. Now he done talking with Kodak Black. I done got mad no more fucking with Yak. Yak going through something right now. Crack, pink toe, Peckerwood. Yeah, I'm finna out my nation tour with this. Yeah, white boy, pink toe, Peckerwood, you ain't with us. The fuck your sister and your mama. And go right in that kitchen and eat up all the Teddy Graham snacks. You do your man still go in your mama room and everything. And steal the flies ring out the jewelry box. And come back in there and get on the game with you. That's how nigga used to do, white boy. Nigga, we used to literally run on them. She like Ricky. Ricky is the star football.
Now, don't get it twisted, Charles.
She come over here to see Ricky. She don't know she feel Bobby, Ricky, Mike, running.
You done hung with some white boys, Charles and White, but you know, everybody different. You know what I mean? It's different kind of white boys, it's different kind of black motherfuckers, different kind of everybody. You know, you got cool white boys, you got cool black dudes, you got cool, you know what I mean? It's the person, bruh. It's the person. Like, it's really the person, man. I done met a lot of people in this world. It really is the person, man. It ain't just the color all the motherfucking time. It's the person. Real shit. But I understand what you're saying. Like, you got some niggas, they won't approach a white motherfucker the way they approach a black motherfucker, and they black. When they get around a white motherfucker, say, hey, how you doing, sir? They done turned me. They talk proper now. They a whole different motherfucker. They done changed up. They Steve Urkel now. You know what I'm saying? They forgot that it was slang word. Why is you using slang, nigga? What you mean? Why am I using slang? Fuck you. I'm not oppressed. Listen. I'm not oppressing nobody. But you are. You the attention seeker. You'll shoot your black people and go say, hey, how you doing to the white man. You'll sell to your black people. You'll sell all the drugs to your black people and watch them fall out and die. He right. These are backwards thinking motherfuckers ever. You got a whole black man all up in an African country right now trying to take over African, trying to spy on another black man. And this what they turning people into. They turning all these people into this. This what they turning them into. They don't want the strong motherfucker. They don't want the person with the voice that, you know what I mean, gonna tell the truth. They don't want that. They gonna try to bring you down for sure. Unless you kiss their ass. And I'm not kissing. Fuck out of here. It is what it is on YouTube. If I get one person, two people, three people, it is what it is. I'm not looking to be a superstar. I'm looking to give this message and show you this is how people do. This is what they do out there. It's nothing against white people that like black people. It's nothing against white people that hate black people. Because people just hate people and don't even understand that's what it is. They just try to use the color thing. But people just hate people. Fuck is a color. Well, all y'all motherfuckers human beings and shit. People just hate people. People just come up with shit, like backward shit. Like reality shit don't make sense to them. You get what I'm saying? So reality is, man, we been slaves, we been this, we been that, we went through this, we went through that, we still going through this. But that's the reality. Now here go the fakeness. A motherfucker saying you playing the black card. How can you play the black card and you black? I don't even want to hear that shit no more from nobody. You're playing the black card. You're playing, nigga, I'm black. Nobody want to hear that. Hey, nobody want to hear you playing the black card. Hey, nobody want to hear that dumb shit. Like I'm black. Let's realistic. That's, man. Black people be selling out like a motherfucker. Just be selling out. You know what I'm saying? They throw every black person in the trash. They trash them, and they black. That's crazy. You trash your own people. But you in front of the motherfucker, like you trash your own people. You on here trying to get them locked up, all that old crazy shit. Like, but when it comes to seeing what the realistic thing is, y'all keep quiet. Ain't got, man. We gotta keep that money coming in. We gotta get that money, man. I can't do that, man. I can't go up against all odds. I can't do that. I can't fight the biggest nigga in the room. I'm scared to get knocked out. I'm scared to get a scratch on me. As people, I'm scared to lose a fight. I'm scared. Fuck wrong with these people, man. Fuck kind of. Then they talking about the man. They be talking about these old men coming out of jail. Man, let them men come out of jail and disappear and live their life. Let them people live their life. He's gonna come out. No, that man ain't coming out selling no drugs at 80, 100 years old, nigga. Y'all trying to form his mind back to the same shit. Y'all ain't trying to let him go. Y'all don't want him. Y'all want that man to think about something he did 60 years ago. The man done changed. He was 18, 16 when he got locked up. People be worried about the wrong shit. Y'all worried about the wrong things, man. That man, about 80 years old, y'all trying to get his mind back into selling dope. Get back to things on the street. As always happens. Take a full break. Can you smell crack? Only in America. Alright, let's see. Back at it. Let's see what's going on. Alright, we back. That nigga said, nigga, where the hoes at? Nigga, where the hoes at? I don't know. They're probably at your mama's house. I probably need to go over there. I probably need to go over her house. That's probably where they at. At your mama's house. I smoke crack. Can I come and speak with you? What my damn thing? Let me get back to it. But I was. No, I do not. Nah, not no poop. They about to fuck Juicy ass up. Yeah, man, Charleston White, man. Go ahead, tell them how it is. Tell them how
Watching your crypto shrink with every trade?
Let them know how it is, Charleston White. This is what people do. They bring down their own value of their people and uprise other motherfuckers. Hold on. That's what they do. They bring down the value of you and they do their best to make, you know what I mean, other cultures look good. They bring down the value of our culture and they make other cultures look good. You know what I mean? That's crazy. This shit. Jake 100. Yeah, he talking about Larry Hoover, man. The man old as shit. Man done did his time in jail. They won't let the man. Hey, the man done told him, look, I ain't doing this shit no more. I ain't a gang member no more. I ain't this no more. Just leave my name out of shit. These motherfuckers just dedicated to telling the story, to man. That's why I ain't even do a story on him, man. I'm not going to do a story on Larry Hoover. I'm not going to do it. Why? When the man trying to fade away, why I'm trying to keep the man existing. He trying to fade away. He don't want to be a gang member. He don't want to be notarized for this and that, notice for what he did in his past. So why I'ma sit here and do stories about a man who was a kid, a young teenager, and he changed his life, and I just started talking about all his old shit and who he was and what he did, and that don't make that man look good. Quiet. Shh. Shh. Being quiet. You know what I'm saying? Fading. He good. Leave him alone, man. Leave that man alone. That man trying to live it the rest of his little bit of life he got. And they keep trying to, you know what I'm saying? Larry who against the disciple, founder who told after. You know what I mean? Let's talk about let's go here with this. Let's see. I'm gonna take it from Charles the White to this nigga right here.
Hey, I guess I'm just going to go into the backstory of how this came to be. You were in a little bit of a spat on Twitter with another user by the name of Bryson, right?
Yeah, Bryson Gray. Yeah.
You guys are going back and forth. I don't know exactly what it was about, but it was proposed that you guys could do a debate of some sort, and you guys were both down. You both agreed to it, and you actually spoke to him. He agreed to come out here. We found out like 2 days ago that in actuality, he did not come out here and he had no plans on coming out here. I'm not sure exactly how that got lost in translation, but I figured this guy right next to me, Brandon, has been making a lot of noise on the channel. Very opinionated guy, very politically involved, aware, etc. And I figured as long as we didn't have our original opponent for you, I might as well see what the chemistry is like here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for doing it, man. Nice to meet both of you.
Definitely. And so for our audience, I guess maybe a little bit of a backstory about you and where you're coming from and everything would be appropriate. I guess I found out about you because you have a very provocative Twitter account. I Hypocrite is your username on there. We can link to it in the description and everything like that. But yeah, how did you get started in content creation?
Oh man, it's been a long journey. I've been doing this for like 10 years, and basically it's a long story. I'll give you like the really short version. I was kind of like a degen, liberal, druggy, promiscuous, all that stuff. Got a girl pregnant, had to be a dad, realized it was going to be a conflict to do both of them. I mean, I was a total up. I was like broke all the time and that. So I decided to like get my act together, quit smoking weed all the time, quit playing video games all the time. And then I just had like time on my hands. And that's when I started making content because I saw other people doing it and making money. I was like, shit, I could do that. So that's basically how it started. And then it's been like a long journey. Like I found Jesus along the way. I became Christian. I got married. I have a family now with more kids. And yeah, that's the Coles Notes version.
Okay. And yeah, where would you identify yourself as being at politically at this time?
Pretty far right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And has that been a bit of a journey? I guess like where did you get radicalized along this path?
Yeah. So it's like I said, I started all the way progressive, normal, liberal, went to sort of the anti-SJW thing. That was kind of like the first step in 2015. That was when I got into making YouTube videos and just kind of a frustration of all these people are annoying, all the virtue signaling, all that kind of stuff that was going on. A lot of the stuff being shoved in your face. And they were just kind of dumb, like a lot of the gender stuff too. A lot of the stuff they said didn't make sense. So from there, and then I started to like learn a lot about racial issues, red pills about like crime statistics, Muslim terrorism was happening a lot back then. And just kept pushing me further and further to the right, basically.
Definitely. Well, so for people out there that are just tuning into this conversation for the first time and don't know,
Like it's this tourist TV. I just seen you. Said hi. What's up? BB. Oh, we back.
I was
People don't necessarily know what it means to be racist. Like, I don't know, like I can't be around them or anything like that. But I think that we need well, basically need more racial consciousness. They need to start acting like a group because all other races do that already. And so it's just kind of to our detriment that we're the only ones playing this like blank slate egalitarianism game and where no one's on a team. We're all Team America or whatever people want to say. But all the other races are kind of like, no, we're a team. And you see a lot of that in what's built up to this. Like the Shiloh Hendricks thing was kind of one of the catalysts for this debate. One of the catalysts for that was the Carmelo Anthony thing. You see the way a lot of people rallied around him, giving him money. There was another one that happened this week too with this Rodney Hinton Jr. guy. I don't know if you guys heard that story. This guy, his son like stole a car, was in a police chase. The police chased him. He had a gun. The police shot him. He died. His father, Rodney Hinton Jr., got in his car, went and found an on-duty police guy and killed him. The guy had nothing to do with what happened to his son, but he just wanted to go out and like get back one of theirs kind of thing. He's got a fundraiser now where they've raised like $50,000 from him, and they'll lie about what happened. They'll say the kid was innocent. With the Carmelo Anthony thing, they'll say, look, he was like this grade A all-star captain of the football team, choir boy, and it's like none of it is true. You know what I mean? Or at least with the Carmelo Anthony stuff, none of it's been substantiated. So there's a lot of lying, and it's just kind of this racial tribalism where they come together and defend their own, and white people don't do that, and it's to our detriment. But there's more and more and more white people who are getting fed up. You're going to see the word fatigue a lot.
You lying, man. White people don't do it. We's not a group. We don't come together to help each other. Everybody else does it. And yeah.
In the coming days, people are going to say, they're like, we're tired of this, we're tired of like the constant indignities. The murders is a big part because there's a lot of murders that are black on white, and we see those all the time. There's another one this week, this girl Logan Federico, a really beautiful blonde girl killed by just this like soulless black guy who went into her car to her house rather to get her credit.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to let him talk, but here we go with the pointing the fingers and forgetting.
The cards or whatever. And it hurts me, man, when I see it. It hurts me, you know, and I've been seeing it every day for like 10 years. And so I think the Shiloh Hendricks thing, that was the reason people gave her so much money, was they're sending the message of we are getting tired of this.
No, definitely. It feels like that scenario definitely doesn't play out the same way without the Carmelo Anthony thing fresh in people's memory, which is, you know, not to say that white people don't have some secret affinity for hurling the N-word at people on the playground, but it definitely feels like there's this kind of rise in white consciousness of their own race, where there's so many things throughout our, the last, throughout my life that I've observed where it's like there's tribalism allowed by everybody except for white people. They're just not allowed to express any kind of solidarity or pride in being white, right? And even you, I think, would acknowledge that, right?
No, I mean, I acknowledge it to a certain extent. I think you're very, misinformed. Dylan Roof had people trying to donate to him. Many mass shooters who were white had donations funds started, but white-owned donation vehicles like GoFundMe, GiveSend, and Go shut those down. So look at Shiloh Hendricks, for example, Kyle Rittenhouse, which I think Kyle Rittenhouse didn't do anything wrong, but there was this significant push by non-white people and white people to demonize Rittenhouse. He still was allowed to have a GoFundMe. So I believe white people kind of started that, you're going to do something messed up and we're going to throw our financial might behind it. So what you're not even a racist, which that already makes me kind of look at you weird. There's only one race, human beings. You break us down beyond the skin, we're exactly the same.
Right. That's what I've been saying.
Severe asthma says you can't test.
Right. Fuck the skin. What comes after the skin? What comes after the skin? It gets stuck on this color. Whoever made racism did a fine job of knowing it. They did a good job of making that shit work the way they wanted it to work. That's all that is. People forget that there's all kinds of people in the world. People. And there's all kinds of shades of people in the world. But all y'all motherfuckers people. And y'all just forget that y'all people. The human beings. That's the shameful part of it. Look out this goddamn going at the door. These Indians, boy, they're gone forever.
But the thing is, you're really just prejudiced. And you're really you're punching down on black people because you're disillusioned with things that your race has created, or you're ethnic. That's what you're doing. You're ethnocentric. But we'll just say racist for the sake of this video. Sure. So you're disillusioned with the way your race has manipulated things because it doesn't work in favor of a significant segment of your race. Black people have been throwing your people alley-oops since 500-600 years ago. Literally, the only reason you were able to have slaves, which built this country, and I'm not saying in the fact that we just did the physical labor, but created an economy that was strong enough to immediately compete with the world powers because you had an unpaid labor force working in the fields, working in factories. Black people in Africa went into interior of Africa and got those slaves for you because you guys couldn't survive for 3 days in the interior of Africa. That's a fact. We brought those slaves to the coast, so all you had to do was load them up and take them to wherever you want them to go. That's called an alley-oop. Us doing something for you that benefited you. Would you argue that point?
I would argue several of the things that you said there.
No, specifically the alley-oop part,
yes,
where blacks went into the interior of Africa, got slaves, brought them to we were complicit, but we brought those slaves to the coast, which made it easier for you to take them and profit from their labor.
I would not argue that black people enslaved their own people and sold them to white people. I would not argue that. That definitely happened.
Right.
I would argue that it wasn't as big of a deal in terms of turning America into a superpower as you're trying to claim. Africans also enslaved each other, had slaves in Africa. It never turned Africa into a superpower having slaves. Basically, there were slaves all over the world, basically. So really, like, picking cotton, there wasn't even that many slaves who were brought to America. So I just don't really think, like, I don't look around at the civilization, Western civilization, and think, oh, wow, I owe this to black people.
But I'm not saying you owe us anything. What I'm saying is you're very ignorant, because when you say race, you're talking about a bunch of people all over the world. Your ancestors came from Europe. So you have a very narrow view of the situation. And that's probably because you spent more time being a junkie than actually studying this shit. I'm being real with you. So when you say race,
you're a junkie. You've done more research.
You did say that. You did say you were doing drugs.
Messed around with drugs, but
you're a junkie. I never touched drugs. I never smoked weed. I never drank a beer. Listen, I never smoked weed. Never drunk a beer. Never smoked a cigarette. If you did that, you are a junkie, as far as I'm concerned. I'll tell Leslie to fucking cigarette. I don't care. What I'm telling you is, if I haven't done it, you decide to play in this arena because you're talking about racial superiority. So we're gonna do that. So what I'm telling you is, the race is more than just in your country. So would you say that slavery had no benefit to the colonial or imperialism of white people?
I mean, in the long run, it had a huge negative effect.
No, I'm talking about initially. So the white empire did not benefit in any significant way from slavery.
It had probably a small benefit to the small people who owned slaves, who personally.
You mean the Queen of England? The king too? That's what I'm saying. Your view is very narrow.
Almost 4,000 enslaved Africans were brought to.
Right. He not educated on what that's what I be saying. He not educated on that. He can't be. Whoever claimed that they don't even understand.
Directly to what is now the United States from Africa during the transatlantic slave trade.
But what he said about race encompasses more than just America. Because you're not just American. Where do you descend from in Europe?
Oh, the vast majority were sent to South America and the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Only about 3% of that total, around almost 400,000,
But do you know who owned those plantations in South America and the Caribbean? White people.
Okay.
So I'm asking you, you're trying to minimize the impact of slavery, but you're talking about race. When you say race, you're going beyond the boundaries of America. You're telling me that the British Empire, the Spanish Empire, the French Empire, they didn't benefit in any significant way from all those sugar plantations in the Caribbean, all those freaking banana plantations in South America. They didn't benefit from none of that.
Well, no, of course they benefited from the plantations.
In a major way?
The trade. Yes, but the thing is, those wouldn't exist without the white people who went and made them. That's the whole thing. Like, all that wealth that was sitting there in Haiti and Jamaica, white people went and were like, we know how to extract this and how to turn it into something. Otherwise, it would just be sitting there.
And they wouldn't exist without the Africans who went into the interior of Africa to capture slaves and bring them to the border like a drive-through.
But isn't that an ingenious plot hatched by these evil white people, to be fair?
But the point I'm arguing is, he's trying to minimize the contribution black people have made to everything white people, most of the things white people have done that are significant. And I'm saying, no, everywhere you find a successful white person, there was a black person who also in many ways was benefiting, but who basically threw them the alley-oop. I'll give you another example. If I thought you would say so.
Let's focus on that one first, before we do more examples.
Two things real quick. Think about it logically. If millions and millions of slaves went to South America, went to Brazil mostly, places around there, and the slaves were so beneficial, those places should be the big superpowers because they had more slaves. The slaves are not really the big deciding factor. The reason America became the superpowers because they had the best white people, basically, who made the country. That's first of all. Second of all, whenever you get into these racial conversations, it always turns into, let's talk about history. Let's talk about 400 years ago, because black people don't want to talk about what's happening right now. The stuff I just brought out with the murders, and there's a whole bunch more things I'm happy to bring up. People don't want to talk about that because it's way harder to.
Why? Where you think? Hold up. Where you think the anger come from, bruh? Where you think the anger come from? Like, you don't want to talk about the history. They don't want to talk about right now. They want to talk about the history. The history brought you to right now. Like, fool, what is you saying? Your history got you here.
No, we want to go back 300 years and be like, what happened? What happened there?
Believe me, we're getting there. Okay. But I'm not going to negate or ignore the historical context, because I know that you haven't really considered these things. But what I'm telling you is most of the money made on those plantations went back to the European countries that the people who owned them descended from. They paid tax to the crown. They had their main abodes back in their home nation. What I'm telling you is this: the reason America did so well economically is because we were the last people to outlaw slavery. So it makes sense that America economically rose above the rest of the European nations, because like 1810, before 1810, Britain outlawed slavery and said, if you get caught moving slaves, we're going to destroy your ships. Well, guess what?
You're welcome.
The Americans continued to sneak slaves in, and they also did something called the intra-American slave trade, where they start moving slaves around between the Caribbean and in America. So if you hold your slaves the longest, so you gotta have a free labor source the longest, that means you're gonna be able to profit from those slaves the longest, which will what? Bolster your economy. Adam, for example, you're a business owner. You own a business?
Technically, but I don't have employees.
Okay, Adam has employees. Adam, imagine a guy with no jumper west across the street. He doesn't have to pay any of his hosts. He has no overhead. Everyone's just showing up working for free. In the realm of capitalism, would he not have a significant advantage over you economically because you have to pay everybody?
Sure, yeah.
Even provide health insurance in some cases if you have a certain amount. So we're not going to eliminate or negate the fact that America had a major alley-oop from black people in two ways. We not only brought the slaves to the coast of Africa for you to take them wherever, we also inside of America worked for free for a significant time longer than European slaves, which bolstered the American economy.
Yeah, I just don't think it's that big. I think you're blowing it way out of proportion. We can agree to disagree on that.
No, so we can fast forward in history. 183,000 African American troops served in the Civil War. The North could not have won without those black, well, they were African, and they weren't even Americans yet, soldiers. Even Lincoln admitted to that. What's the other guy's name?
I'm already mad at black people.
Ulysses Grant. No, Ulysses Grant admitted to that. Ulysses S. Grant admitted to that.
Yeah.
Those black battalions were a crucial part of the North maintaining the Union and submitting the Confederacy. So everywhere you turn in history, if you're honest, Spanish-American War, again, you guys' immunity, your weakness, internal weakness, prevented you from going to Cuba to fight the Spanish. So you know what you guys did? You know, here's this a quiz. What did you guys do when you couldn't with Spain in the Caribbean? What did you guys do to win the Spanish-American War?
I don't actually know. Did we send blacks?
You recruited a bunch of black people into the military. Actually, they were already in the military and said, please go fight for us because we're too weak to fight for ourselves because our immunity isn't up. You were not inoculated. So that's the one thing. You guys have benefited from black people greatly. You understand that black people in many ways.
Well, I mean, Spanish people are European, so that's like a brother war.
The Spanish used indigenous people from Cuba to fight for them. They were also too weak to go into the interior. So what I'm saying to you is this.
He breaking them down. You don't know. He just broke his ass down. He just told a white prejudice, man, is history on wars and slavery and the economy. How did it stretch? Why did it stretch? To where is that the money? And he's still sitting there. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, that's what happened, man. You can't be real about what happened. Damn. That's the thing about white people. Sometimes y'all just can't. Some will be real, but majority of them just be trying to act like they blind.
To sum it up, white people feel and recognize a certain level of inferiority to black people. You guys understand that? No, I'm telling you. What? You guys understand that. And so, if you go up against a black person head to head, 9 times out of 10, you're probably not going to win for whatever reason. Maybe it's just comfort. Maybe it's like white fragility, as they call it. But so what you do is you manipulate situations to get a advantage. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. You should do that. But I'm trying to tell you, why did Europeans work with African chiefs? They knew they couldn't go in there and snatch Africans from the interior of Africa. Why did they bring the black troops into the Civil War? Because they knew we're not strong enough alone to keep this union together. Let's go get these big ass slaves who've been lifting bales of hay, picking cotton all damn day, looking like superheroes, 6-pack. Let's go get them and throw them into the theater, the military theater, and see what happens. And what happened? A victory. Spanish-American War as well.
Yeah, sure. I think blacks actually have a pretty decent record in the military. That seems to be one of the areas where they don't do really poorly compared to everywhere else. My personal theory is that black people do better when they have their discipline kind of enforced on them by white people. So that's why, going back real quick to the colonies, if you look at Haiti and the Dominican Republic, Haiti, they overthrew the colonizers, the slaves.
I just said that myself. You right. They do better when they got authority over them. But that's crazy. A white motherfucker think that, but they do better if they got authority. It just showed. Just look at a black person treat a black person, and then look how a black person try to transform for a white person.
Killed everybody off, got their independence hundreds of years ago. Dominican's Republic stayed under the white rule for much longer, and it's way better off now because white people were running things for so long.
That's not why.
That's not?
No, it's much better off because France imposed taxes on Haiti.
Yeah.
This is a fact. This is historical. Are you arguing historical fact?
No, I know about the.
Okay,
I know about
France imposed taxes, so you don't even know what you're talking about.
No, I do. I do know.
Okay, who started the Haitian Revolution?
Haiti has so much resources.
Who started the Haitian Revolution?
They should be so rich right now.
Who started Who started the Haitian Revolution and why?
Specifically who started it, I don't know.
Okay. The Haitian Revolution was not started by black slaves. The Haitian Revolution was started by mulatto descendants of slave owners. Okay. Do you know what a mulatto is?
Yeah, they killed all the mulattoes.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Yeah, I'm sure they did because they were so racist. I read that.
Listen, the mulattoes, let me explain this to you. The mulattoes were mad because they wanted French citizenship. Mm-hmm. They would not give it to them. They wanted to be accepted by France. So they raised up a rebellion and they went and started killing the white slave owners. And they fought with French troops. They recruited the black slaves to fight in their military. Once that revolution was done, they wanted the slaves to go back into the fields and work for them. So when you talk about this should be better off and that should be better off, actually no, because the mulattoes were the ones who controlled the economics. If you're having taxes imposed on you for a war you didn't even start, it's going to make it really hard for you to grow economically and build all that shit you see in the Dominican Republic.
So you're saying they didn't kill all the mulattoes. They just went back to work for them after the revolution, and the mulattoes were the ones running everything in Haiti?
No, what happened was many of the mulattoes left, but the mulattoes had several mulatto rebellions following the Haitian Revolution. They didn't kill all the mulattoes like you want to
They
see.
didn't kill all of them. They killed a lot of them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did.
They killed a lot of mulattoes, but you have to understand, many mulattoes had children that were mixed. Many of them had mothers who were slaves and stuff. So who used to be slaves. So they had a family connection with many slaves. What I'm telling you is you're ignoring context in the name of bolstering white superiority. And if you're going to say you're better, which I don't have a problem with you doing that, just understand the context in which you're saying that. Because we're going to move into the modern day, and we're going to argue that as well.
Do you really believe that white people have an inferiority complex towards black people?
Yes.
So I mean, first of all, some would say that's a racist belief. That's a negative viewpoint that you hold about
white people have a cuckold culture, and it wasn't all. No, I'm not saying it was always that way. I'm not saying it's always that way. But white people, good times make soft men. Right?
Sure,
that's what happens.
Yeah, sure.
So you guys have enjoyed a certain level of success that has made things very comfortable. And the problem, you are not Theodore Roosevelt. You're way softer than him. He'll beat the shit out of you out there in the parking lot. He was a white dude who was a gangster. He was a commander. And as a matter of fact, he said his black troops that he commanded in Cuba were the best troops he ever commanded. He's on record saying that, by the way, since they only do. But here's the thing. You guys just have become incredibly soft and comfortable. And so instead of building up the grit, now you use manipulation tactics to dominate. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. We just recognize that when we look at the historical record.
Well, okay, I'll bite. What are the manipulation tactics that white people use?
I'll give you a very an easy example. So when you look at black people, even in sports, right? Let's say sports. Any sport or any field really that black people compete directly with white people, usually black people rise to the top of that spectrum or that theater, right? So
in sports,
in education,
in mathematics, in chess.
Okay, so let's say this. Okay, let's use the military.
Okay.
Tuskegee Airmen.
Yeah.
Way more successful than the average white squadrons of bombers. This is a fact.
Man, this is the thing about you black people. You have this whole we was history where you did everything.
I'm not saying we won the war.
You were the best at everything.
I'm not saying we won the war.
I think it's exaggerated.
I didn't even say we were the best. What I told you is when we were given the opportunity equally, we rose to the upper echelon of that theater. I'm not saying that was the best squadron. Clearly, that best squadron probably was white. What I'm saying is we have this natural ability to float towards the top of every environment we're placed in.
Adapt.
There used to be a bunch of white people playing basketball. Who in there now?
Yeah, I think black people have a predisposition towards basketball because they're taller on average and they're athletic, and there's a lot of.
But we just brought up the Tuskegee Airmen. It has nothing to do with athleticism.
Well, I think you're watching these Hollywood movies.
No.
You probably think black women sent us to the moon.
No, I don't think that at all.
Hidden Figures or whatever.
I don't think that at all. I think Hidden Figures was a total embarrassment, and it was very ahistorical.
Yes.
I'm gonna give white people credit where it's due, but I'm telling you, the number one type of porn that is watched in America by white men is what? Interracial.
BBC.
Black dudes boning white chicks.
But it feels like all the things you're going to are like physical in nature.
Yeah, we can go to the mental because we know that there are great black scientists and stuff. Would I say those black scientists have contributed more than white or European scientists? No, not to technology or anything like that.
Physical.
But you got dudes like, what's the super smart dude's name? The black dude?
Neil deGrasse
Tyson. Right. No, that guy's an idiot. No. Whether you believe he's an idiot or not, he's respected in his field.
Yeah.
That's what he parlayed into
He's kind
success.
of propped up for being black. We have this concept called black privilege, where black people get propped up just because they're able to do something almost as competently as a bunch of other white people.
No, because we do it better and we make it more interesting. Neil deGrasse Tyson is propped up because he's exciting to listen to.
Yeah, he's a good public speaker.
There's a guy who's 10 times smarter,
right,
but he's lame as. So you're like the person behind the scenes directing the movie. but then you get mad at the actor because he's loved by everybody.
I don't know that he's loved by everybody, but I think the big contention here is that he's like some respected scientist. He's more of like a TV host than anything.
Neil deGrasse Tyson has done more for the field of astrophysics by being famous, being recognizable than any white astrophysicist, because like the closest to him would be like Bill Nye, right? We all know Bill Nye. What I'm telling you is that black excellence benefits everyone in the long run, because now it's cool to be an astrophysicist again. Now it's cool.
That's what I mean by a black person having a conversation, talking with sense. Like he talking with sense. Now you can sit down and talk to him. Not a motherfucker talking about, hey man, can I pull up and smoke crack? Hey, come on, man. Hey, look, these the conversations that people need to have, not dumb ass conversations that people be trying to have, man.
To be like this super smart, but you know how many kids used to get bullied in school for being super smart? Now people watch Neil deGrasse Tyson and you say, man, I'm just into like physics, and people are like, oh, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, that's dope. We opening doors, but we throwing y'all alley oops all day.
And he's definitely useful in that regard. You need to have people who are basically advocates for the sciences and everything, but also, I mean, he's probably...
Yeah, Adam, because you got a whole bunch of black people to work for you. Like,
not the top scientist. He's just good at communicating it to the layman.
There are black people who I respect for their intelligence. I probably wouldn't personally put Neil deGrasse on the list, but there are others. There's people like Thomas Sowell. You got Clarence Thomas, the Supreme Court Justice. There are intelligent black people. There's others I could name. So I'm not disagreeing with that, but they are sort of they're rare. They're very rare, relatively speaking, right? Like, we know the average IQ difference between black and white people is like a standard deviation. So it makes sense that white people are going to do better in business, build better societies, do better in literature, like all the things that require intelligence, basically, whatever it is, chess, math, engineer.
The only way you say Clarence Thomas because he's a black man in a white man body. All right, you know what I'm saying? That's the reason why you say him. You talking about of his education and smarts. We talking about a man who just, come on, man. Come on. Stop.
You're going to see white people do significantly better.
IQ is definitely probably one of the landmines that we might as well just intentionally step on right now. I don't know that you've ever argued this, or do you have any kind of real interest in this?
And Neil deGrasse Tyson's probably like got a fair bit of European DNA.
I think his name's deGrasse, but
I think he's like half white.
But you guys made up
a lot of the black people who get propped up, they're half white. Obama's half white.
But you guys made up the one drop rule, so we're claiming that. What I'm saying is this: you can say that, but you can't even name 3 white economists.
Milton.
Let me see. Back to him.
White people dominating that. Listen, man, you could be the smartest guy in the room, the best financial advisor ever. But if you can't sell books like Robert Kiyosaki, you ain't shit.
Now that guy's a retard.
Because he is, but he's good at writing books and selling people this idea of him being an expert on financial literacy. And that's what Black people bring to America.
Black economists constitute approximately 3% of U.S. economics PhD holders. Latinx economists, which by the way, ChatGPT actually using Latinx, 4%. Asian Americans, 17%. White economists, approximately 72% of doctorate level economists at the Federal Reserve.
Right, but guess what? The only economist that he could name off the top of his head was who?
Well, he's not an economist, and probably not a huge economy.
He's the one who brought up economists. He's the one who brought up economy. The only economist you could bring up off the top of your head is who?
Milton Friedman.
No, Thomas Sowell.
Oh, yeah.
He's an economist. You didn't even know that.
No, I did know that.
Okay, but that's the one you know. And so while white people contribute, in my opinion, way more than Black people to building up America, Black people have a significant impact on not only the building of America, but of the exporting of American culture, which makes everyone around the world want to be like an American. It's just the facts. Yeah. And I use sports. I use just anything we do. We kind of rise to the top. I mean, damn, look at the UFC. Look at anything. And there's a reason for that. So you guys now say, we're not going to compete equally with them. We're going to manipulate shit so we can remain relevant in these areas. And that's what happened.
Right. So going back to the manipulation, you brought up sports and we got off on that big tangent. How do we manipulate the situation?
In the 1950s, the Black families per capita coming out of the Great Depression were better off, have more economic, have more resources basically than the average white family.
I don't think that's true.
Well, you go look up your history.
That's not true.
Okay.
That's absolutely not true.
Let me finish.
What should I look up?
Man, listen.
You're saying Black families in the 1950s had more wealth.
I didn't say we had more wealth per capita.
Higher net worth per capita than white families.
Yeah, how could that possibly be true?
There's no way.
If that is true, then like everything that every Black activist is telling us is bullshit.
Yeah. Look it up.
Yeah, the whole reason Black people are supposed to be poor now is because they never got their houses passed down to them.
The reason Black people are poor now is because white people, in the name of capitalism, which I'm a capitalist, they saw the need to assimilate, to bring Black people into their economy. You can just watch on YouTube. There's a thing called How to Sell to the Negro, where the Secretary of the Treasury of the United States of America was like, look, there's this untapped class of consumers, Black people. He literally was like, 1 in 3 Black families own a home. Black people are known for buying quality goods, being willing to spend a little more on what they purchase. Literally, he told white people, stop being racist. Go sell them things because they have money. Then you guys sent your agent, Martin Luther King, in to make Black people feel like being close to white people was the coolest thing ever. The FBI literally worked with Martin Luther King to spread that message. That's the manipulation. If you guys just want to do head up, like, okay, we'll let them do their thing, we'll do our thing. In reality, Black people will be damn near surpassing white people in America by now.
In 1950, the median income for Black families was about half of that of white families.
Do you understand how significant that is in the terms of economics?
A lot, yeah.
That's good.
And by the 60s, it had only risen by about 5%.
But you know why it only rose by 5% by the 60s? Think about it. You coming out of slavery, you didn't got. In the few years we were free. White people was free the whole time. We got to half of your net worth. Well, basically your per capita wealth. Mm-hmm. Think about that. These people coming out of slavery can't read, can't write, picking cotton. Right. In just that short span of time, we made that much advancement. Right. You guys saw, damn, these dudes are moving fast. They're coming up fast.
What
and our women like sleeping
Why'd
women
you
make
stop?
up. Listen,
Why'd you stop?
because that's when the
Stop
damn
'em.
psyop started. That's when the Martin Luther Kings came in.
Yeah,
Oh,
stop
we
'em.
need to be brotherly with white people. We need to go. Listen, when you got black
You gotta
people
figure this
getting
out.
beat up and bit by dogs just to go eat a sandwich next to a white person, you know there's manipulation at play, right? Because black folks are scared to hell of dogs, like a lot of us. You know that there's something, some outside entity that is pulling strings within that situation. Because why would black people give up their own economy, which we had our own economies, we had our own towns, our own doctors, our own mechanics. Why would they give that up just to go shop at Sears Roebuck, just to go shop at Woolworths? Why would they give up autonomy to be a second-class citizen under your shit? It's called manipulation. It's called psyops. And that's what Martin Luther King was.
Yeah, I mean, his handlers were Jewish, but
They're white. They're white.
well,
Germans.
We don't claim that.
Germans. See how you know this is true.
I don't think they're white, so we don't.
They're white.
We don't have to get into all
Polish
that.
people are white.
What is your theory on why Africa is not doing so well? If black people are so amazing, how do you explain that?
Well,
it's all white people's fault, all up and down the entire continent.
The thing about Africa, it's a complicated situation, but short story shorter, I got that from one of the viewers. Basically, Africa is busy trying to adopt ways of governance that they traditionally don't even understand. So because African countries just came out of colonization, like not even 100 years ago, it's just taking them time to build up the wherewithal to like install these foreign systems of governance. So you got to understand, black people came out of slavery in like the 1800s. Africans just came from up under colonization in the 1960s. So it makes sense. These are growing pains. When you guys were living in the caves of Europe, you didn't just walk out one day and build a Tesla. You took time. You fought with each other. You freaking did incest, all types of crazy stuff. The tribes of Britain, you know, the guys put the blue paint all over their body. You know about that, right? Okay, you didn't know your history. But the thing is, you took advancement. The Roman Empire was technologically advanced. 300 years after the Roman Empire fell, they didn't even have sewage systems in England. See, there's a regression that occurs. Even though you might have been here at one point, if you are stripped of your culture, or not even your culture, but if there's been your culture, your development has been stifled, you have a regression, and then you have to crawl up out of
There's
that.
places that were never colonized in Africa,
Right.
and they're worse off than the ones that were colonized.
Name one of those places.
Oh, I want to say, if I could look at a map, I could it's either like Ivory Coast or the one next to it. And also places in, I think, in
what language do they speak in the Ivory Coast?
I don't know.
French.
Is it French?
So how were they never colonized?
It's around there somewhere.
Maybe you're talking about Guinea-Bissau.
The two parts of Africa that were never formally colonized by European powers during the scramble for Africa were Ethiopia and Liberia.
Liberia, yeah.
Ethiopia. That's what I was thinking of.
Ethiopia was not colonized, but Ethiopia is also one of the burgeoning economies within Africa.
Yeah, but it's nowhere near like any Western country, right? Like it's not even, you can't compare them at all.
They're nowhere near any Western country, but there's been a lot of like interference in Ethiopia. I'm not going to bring up like Jewish people and all that, but if you do a little bit of historical like research, you'll see that there are players within Ethiopia that have significantly impeded Ethiopia's advancement.
So
but it's their
Ethiopia
responsibility.
maintained independence during the colonial era, except for a brief Italian occupation from 1936 to 1941 under Mussolini, but then they successfully defeated Italy at the Battle of Adwa in 1896.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And actually, an African American guy trained some of their like fighters. But what I'm telling you is, Africa is having cultural issues. They're trying to adopt things that are traditionally not their way of doing things. And I'm not saying Africa is this great economic powerhouse. I'm not even saying Africans have the ability to build up Africa on their own. All I'm saying is there's other things that need to be considered. But the thing with the colonization thing, Ethiopia on the whole other side of Africa from Ivory Coast. So you were way the fuck off.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. So,
but they were all colonized during the a lot of those places were heavily impacted by the Muslim slave trade.
Yeah.
So when you talk about things, you talk about only in the context of America, but we talk about the whole.
Sure. All right. So history lesson aside, let's talk about today and why white people today are feeling fatigued and supporting Shiloh Hendricks. Because there's a lot of stuff going on. Like I already mentioned some of the things that happened just in the last week.
Right.
There's more. There's this little, I don't know if you guys saw the video on Twitter, this little chubby white kid who got bullied on the park and his head split open. Yeah. We see videos like this all the time. Black people chimping out in the fast food restaurant. You go to get service from a black person. You're praying to get some decent service. There was a video of this guy in the airport trying to get on his flight, and you got the black woman going, and you thought you was going to get on your flight, and you thought you was going to get on, just repeating herself over and over and over. Guy didn't get on his airplane because he pissed off the black woman.
That's not why, because everyone knows that boarding ends. If he was there 25 minutes before the flight leaves, you know that. I know that.
See,
you can't get
on. I love about black people. They always stick up. Even when they're in the wrong, you'll stick up for your own
she
people.
Was 100% wrong. Those two ladies were wrong. But what I'm telling you is anyone who flies on a plane knows you ain't getting on no plane if you show up 25 minutes before it takes off. They literally close the gate like 30 minutes before takeoff.
Yeah.
So
even that, putting that aside, though, it's her attitude. That's what drives people crazy. That's the stereotypical attitude, right? That stereotype exists for a reason.
Okay, blame the white people who hired her. Well, I wouldn't have hired her. I wouldn't have hired either one of them.
They probably are required to hire pretty richly.
Nah, that's been gone.
Crews.
Well, they are required because there's just not enough white people to go around anymore. Like when I was in the Seattle airport, they got Indians all over the place now, and they're standing there, and they like the one guy told me to go left, but he meant right, and I'm just like, you had one job, dude. What are you doing? And you can barely understand them because of their accents.
I mean, we got to acknowledge. Do you take offense to him saying chimping out?
I don't give a shit about that. That don't bother me.
I mean, it's just.
I'm not a chimp.
Everybody knows what it means, and it describes it so well. Like, and I think like you could potentially have like white people chimp outs. They're just incredibly rare. You just don't see them every day on Twitter like you do with
I mean, mass shootings are chimp outs. Mostly white people are doing those.
No, that's different.
No, that's chimping out. That's freaking melting down, being super ignorant and selfish. That's chimping out.
Yeah, but those are planned out. Like that's a totally different phenomenon.
Those are planned out?
Yeah, they don't.
Wasn't much of a plan.
People don't wake up and say and then go and they get road rage and then they go do a mass shooting.
How do you know?
Because they study these things and they write about it. They plot it. They talk to people about their plots.
All right.
I mean, just equating the school shooter thing with the freaking out at the airport thing seems like kind of a stretch.
It's just ignorant shit. That's what it is. It's things that are done with no consideration of others. The same vein in which those two black ladies gave no consideration to the fact that, hey, this guy's like trying to get home to his family. You know, let me just help him as much as I can. That's the same ignorance. It's a little bit more extreme, but it's the same vein of ignorance that someone who says, one guy pissed me off, now I'm going to go shoot up all the teachers and the kids in the school. It's the same type of ignorance.
I mean, can we all agree that the state of affairs currently where you have, you know, a black person who does something antisocial, like in this case, a murder, and then raises $1 million from black people who basically completely ignore the realities of the situation, but want to get behind somebody who's part of their tribe. And then white people doing the same thing in reaction by supporting somebody like Shiloh Hendricks. This is not a tenable state of affairs, and this isn't something that should be encouraged.
White people started that, actually. You only started paying attention to it with the recent events. Dylan Roof had a GoFundMe, bro.
So,
am I wrong or am I
right? If he did, it would have gotten taken
Walked
down.
Into a church, and killed 9 black people.
See, this is what black people love to do, is they love to bring out every time something bad happened. I bet if we go 10 more minutes, you're going to be bringing up the Tulsa race massacre.
I don't give a shit about that. You guys pay reparations for that.
Okay. White people are getting killed every day in America by black people. Every day, like about 45 a month.
Right.
So in Tulsa, it was like 26 black people who are killed. So there's a race massacre happening every month in America, perpetrated by black people on white people. And we see the stories in the media every day. We see the Austin Metcalfs, the Logan Federicos. We see these people getting killed, and it hurts us because those are our people. We have a kinship with them.
Oh shit!
It's a situation that you guys created.
What does that mean?
You guys created the current situation. If you
That's our people.
defund the police, black people are victims, this and that systemic oppression. That's mostly white people spreading those ignorant ass messages.
Well, we all agree that's good.
The bleeding heart, college maiden, and the college cuck are feeling so bad for black people they never even met that they're voting or screaming that we need to get rid of the funding for the police officers who actually would protect those white damsels from the aggressive black guys who are killing them and all this crap you're talking about.
Yeah.
They're even screaming right now.
Dylan Roof did not have a GoFundMe.
He did. It got taken down.
His sister created one to try to raise $5,000 to cover the cost of a canceled wedding and to fund a dream honeymoon. But no, he didn't have one.
That was Dylan Roof's GoFundMe.
Yeah, and Kyle Rittenhouse didn't have one either.
I don't have a problem with Kyle Rittenhouse.
Well, I know. I wanted to say that at the start. You said people were trying to support him doing something wrong. He didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't say they were supporting him doing something wrong.
You did at the very start when you started going off on this, but we got off onto the slavery thing right away.
Where we were right before I said.
I know exactly where we were.
Where was it?
We were talking about how you guys created this situation, and even now, it's playing out because white people are literally caping for illegal criminal alien rapists.
What?
See?
You mean talk about the liberals? Look, BLM is not a white movement. BLM is a black movement. The people who got rich off of BLM
who
were
are
black.
the people?
The whole defund the police thing is largely
Let me
black.
ask you a question. No, it's
Obviously,
not. No, it's
there
not.
are
Yeah,
white
that was
liberals.
largely a black
That's
thing,
not
right?
largely black.
Oh my
BLM,
goodness.
dude, who's the
All
number
the leaders of BLM are black. Yes, there are white liberals. We all, and they suck. There's no
There are
denying that.
white politicians
But
getting on
the
stage.
murders go back before defund the police. Okay, the murders that have been happening didn't start in 2020 or whatever. It started decades ago.
I'm gonna get to that too. But what I want to point out is the fact:
What are you talking about? O.J. Simpson?
white people defend criminality. I know that because the number one people advocating for criminal, illegal, alien, migrant rapists to be in this country and get due process. They're literally killing white women, and other white women and white men are fighting Donald Trump tooth and nail to let those people stay in the country. Am I wrong or am I right?
There are people like that. They're liberals.
There's a lot of them.
Sure. As a far-right racist, okay, the way I look at stuff like that is that obviously people like me, we don't want the migrants here. We don't want any of them. We don't want to see our people getting killed by black people. The fact that white liberals disagree with me doesn't really it's not really relevant. I'm not going to be like, oh, you know what? The white liberals I have to get rid of because they're like in my tribe.
That's the biggest problem.
That's in the family. You know what I mean? That's in the family. That's like my problem in the family to deal with.
You believe
Same with the school shooters and whatever bad things white people are doing. Again, that's a white people problem that white people have to confront and deal with. But when it comes to problems from other races, that's like an outside foreign influence, foreign threat on my people. So I look at them separately. They're different.
Can you look at what percentage of black people actually vote? Because that's your problem. You believe in God. You believe in Jesus. He's your savior. The Bible says you have to start in your house first.
Right.
Because the main problem is in your house. White people by far make up the vast majority of voters in America. Literally, if you guys just came together on a few issues, you could make America look exactly the way you want it to look. But you're going to blame this on 14% of the population when there are people within that population who are like, why the hell are these idiots voting to defund the police?
But if only white people voted, the whole country would be red across the board.
So why don't you guys all agree and vote?
Yeah, there's still white liberals, but the problem
White
is
people are divided right down the middle, 50-50.
No, there's more conservatives. That's why the whole country would be red if only white people voted. The reason the whole country's not red is not because of white liberals. It's because all the minorities backing the white liberals, or vice versa.
If you look up the voting percentages, white people and lately Hispanic people are divided damn near 50-50 on liberal and conservative support. You got half of your group that's just a bunch of degenerates, and they love promoting and perpetuating degeneracy, but you don't want to accept that. So what you're doing is you're punching down on black people who really are losing our voting power by the second. And there is a significant portion of black people who don't want crime, don't want people getting murdered in the street. But we are not strong enough alone to beat the white degenerate liberals and the degenerates among our own group. They outnumber us.
This is a complete self-defeating argument, because even if whites were split 50-50, Republican, Democrat, which they're not. But even if they were, the blacks are like 90% Democrat. So if voting Democrat makes you a degenerate, the black people have a way bigger problem going on there than the white people.
Listen, black people vote Democrat.
Yes.
No matter what the Democrats are pushing, right? This is a fact.
Less so now than before, but still, yeah.
Less so, but so if the Democrats came and said, we're going to clean up the streets, we're going to get rid of the criminals, black people would still what?
Both of them.
Vote Democrat.
Yeah.
This is what I'm trying to get you to comprehend. If we just follow along with whatever the Democrats want to do, the Democrats are the degenerates. That's because we're voting, but they're deciding what we're voting for.
Every time I point out a thing that black people do, you pass you don't take accountability. It's always somebody else's fault.
This
right?
is a fact, Adam.
It's white people's fault that Africa's not doing good.
No, I didn't say anything about white people in Africa.
It's Democrats' fault that black people vote degenerately.
That is. A Democrat gets on stage and says shit like, well, our daughter, we need to do transgender rights.
Yeah.
Black people don't even believe in transgender rights. We just go along with it.
What does that say about black people?
What it's saying about you is you guys have a degenerate nature, and unfortunately black people follow along with you as if you're on the liberal side and do whatever you say is cool.
But you're saying this to someone who would presumably vote in the same direction that you would.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. So while I argue against the degeneracy in black, see me, I focus on the element within my own group that's degenerate. You do the worst thing possible. You try to focus on other groups of people instead of first addressing the element in your demographic that is really the root of all this shit.
Well, the problem is that the other people are in the house with us. So my view is like get them out of the house and then clean up the house when it's less cluttered.
You still wouldn't be able to clean up the house because those degenerate ideas are entrenched into that side of the aisle. So if it's not blacks, it's just going to be Antifa. Antifa was the one burning shit down. Black Lives Matter, they did participate. But the people who were throwing the Molotov cocktails, burning down the police stations, those were largely Antifa terrorists, which is primarily made up of white people. You don't even know one black member of Antifa.
I don't know any members of Antifa.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, but you can see,
for a reason,
but you can see what skin color they are.
I think Antifa is probably largely white.
Right. But also, black people invented defund the police.
Okay, but who pushed that narrative? Who adopted that?
There's a lot of useful white people, like Robin DiAngelo is one of the leading voices of the whole like white fragility movement or whatever. But like obviously that's very influential to black people who read these texts and force it upon each other.
Let me give you some names you know: Bernie Sanders, Andrea Ocasio-Cortez.
Puerto Rican.
Listen, no, right. But see, now we want to go into religion. See, but Joe Biden, he was talking that shit, and then at the very end, he was like, hey, we got to drop that shit because it's hurting us.
But you're not willing to go along with him when he says that he doesn't feel any solidarity with Jews.
No, because Jewish people and white people, which Jewish people are white, they have been in cahoots in many economic ventures that have hurt a lot of people around the world. Slave ships were owned by Jews that the white people sailed on to get over to America. Am I wrong?
No, that's absolutely true.
Okay, don't try to play me. I know this shit. So, but what I'm telling you is, if a black person says defund the police, it doesn't even make a sound. But with a white person who's a politician like Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden, who should know better, gets on the largest stage in America and starts saying that shit, that's when it becomes a problem.
ChatGPT says that the Jews didn't own the slave ships.
Man, ChatGPT, they're full of shit. I'm telling you right now. Listen. Israel manipulated that shit. You can't. I'm telling you.
Brandon, if I agree with you that we can't get rid of the ideas because the degenerate ideas are too entrenched, that just brings me...
And white people.
Yeah, if I agree, and I think there's some truth to that, then that just brings me back to my original thing, which is, well, I got to get the people who are killing us to stop killing us.
Right. And you want me to tell you how you do that?
Yes, please.
Stop stripping parents of their power to discipline their children. That's all this is rooted in. You didn't have this shit happening in the 40s, the 50s, when white people were the most racist. Less white people were dying at the hands of white people. Of black people.
Yes.
Why is that? Because your daddy
Racism
beat your...
rules.
No, because I know that's what you want to think, but this is the thing. Because if your daddy is in the house and he gonna beat your ass if you go out there and do something crazy, or your mama gonna whoop your ass if you do something crazy, that's gonna make you think twice before you go do some degenerate shit. That's gonna force you to kind of straighten up. When white people strip black people of the ability to discipline their children.
But how have white people done that?
Because he knows what is DCFS, what is child protective, what is all this crap. Go look it up. They've literally made it against the law to use corporal punishment against your children. Not
Is that
limited
against the law?
Including but not limited to even spanking.
I never heard that.
Okay, well you need to look it up. And like in California, right? Corporal punishment is not necessarily illegal, but they say if your discipline causes trauma to your child will be removed from you. Now, who defines trauma? Oh, he's crying because he got his ass whooped. Okay, we can remove them. If you whoop your kid's ass, you're going to jail. 100%. When you remove that power, you strip the parents of that power, guess what? Kids went crazy. And black kids go a little bit harder. Because just the way our culture is. Now you got O Block. You didn't have O Block in Chicago in the 1980s or the 90s. You didn't have all that violence. But when you started to strip parents of the power to discipline their children the way they see fit, now you got a bunch of people who have no authority over their children, and their children are parenting themselves, and they are getting sucked into all this violent behavior.
So you think the X factor is being able to legally beat the shit out of your kid?
Hell yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I got my ass whooped. Did you get your ass whooped?
Yeah.
Did you go on the
shooting
spree?
I don't think it was good.
No, but what I'm saying, some people go above and beyond, right?
Right.
But just the fear of your father, the fear of your mother, greatly impacts the decision making. Did your dad whoop your ass?
A little bit, yeah.
So before you did something bad, what's the first thing you thought about?
Getting my ass whooped.
Our kids now don't have that fear.
Right.
They say, I wish you would touch me. I'm going to call the police. And you're going to go to jail. And you know where you're going to go? Right to jail. Once you remove that hedge, now you're opening the gate for all types of bullshit to happen.
Couple things here. Okay, first of all, I guarantee you most white parents today are not interested in beating their kids. They're not doing it because it's illegal. They don't want to do it. And you don't have white kids getting into the same kind of criminal activity to anywhere nearly the same state. So this is the kind of thing that happens all the time where they say, oh, why are they committing so much crime? It's like, well, because they don't beat their kids. But okay, well, white parents aren't beating their kids either. You don't see them going out joining O Gang or whatever. What is that? And then, like people say the same thing. Like white conservatives will say, "Oh, it's the music, it's the culture, it's like the rap music." But like white kids listen to rap music too. They don't go out and gangbang because they listen to a Snoop Dogg song or whatever. And then the other thing I wanted to say is, where are the black fathers? Because you mentioned them not being in the house. Did white people kick them out of the house too?
I'm going to get to that point. But what I'm telling you is this: we just witnessed 2 little kids having a shootout with the police. Those kids were not black. And I guarantee you white kids are committing way more crime now than they were in 1960 when their daddy was putting his foot in their ass. It's not happening as quickly because white people traditionally have a different mechanism for disciplining their children. And that goes back even to slavery and all that shit, but I'm not bringing that up. What I'm telling you is, if you spare the rod, the biblical, you a Christian, you got that cross right there. You spoil, you ruin the child. You guys have made it to where black people can't even use the rod. And we are seeing since that time, I bet you if we mark the time when corporal punishment was basically became taboo, I bet you will see a significant increase in the crime rate in the black community. I know that I was scared to get my ass whooped, so I didn't do certain shit. These kids have no fear of their parents, and they are getting more violent, aggressive, and degenerate by the day. And black folks ain't passed no laws to end corporal punishment. We didn't make that shit taboo. Our mom was like, "Nah, I'm gonna whoop your ass if you do that."
So what's your perspective on, like, you just, I take it that you believe that black people genetically or whatever are just unlikely to be able to exist peacefully in society?
They're just more violent. They're more prone to violence. I think there's ways you can improve things. It's not like there's nothing you can do, but it requires a lot more discipline. I don't know, man. Where are the black dads? It would help if they stuck around, but I don't know how we're supposed to make that happen. I want to hear what Brandon has to say.
White people created entitlement programs. Entitlement programs required fathers to not be in the home for mothers to receive those entitlement programs.
Right.
And so if you're struggling to survive and you're like, man, you've been in a struggle before with your wife or whoever, like, man, when money's a little tight, you know what I'm saying?
So the black women are kicking the men.
That's exactly what happened. They literally, basically your white run government, especially at that time, they incentivized the deconstruction of the black nuclear family. And that took the father out the home, and that left the mother to raise the kids. And slowly what they did was they started reducing the amount that they gave for the entitlements, which then required the mother to go to work while receiving entitlement. Well, if she's at work, because she got to make ends meet on her own, who's watching the kids? And the kids are left to their own devices. And the Bible, your Bible, says foolishness is tied up in the heart of a child. So we know children without parental supervision are most likely to do bad things.
My hunch, based on all these interviews I've done over the years, is that the women are not kicking these guys out of the house. These guys are doing their own thing. They want to get the...
Oh, here he go.
We're putting finished jet dry to the test, so we're in a limestone cave letting extreme residue...
This nigga go, I don't think that he playing this racism ass weirdo shit like he don't know that these people getting locked up and taken out of their homes for the most dumbest shit ever, and that take time away from their kids because of the dumbest shit they getting taken out. Granted, some of these people is doing dumb shit, but every time it's like back in the day, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers yell witch, then a motherfucker a witch. He's a witch. He's a witch. Burn him. That was no black people.
Do drugs, do whatever, start another family, whatever. I mean, it doesn't seem like the woman, usually the woman is pretty aggrieved by the man leaving, right?
No, well, the thing is, when you incentivize that type of behavior, right? So if the woman like, man,
See, his conversation he having trying to make him feel comfortable.
No, I'm like, if I don't got to be worried about these kids and my wife, yeah, there were black men who were like, this is a great opportunity to go out and just be a whore, a whoremonger, a slut maker. But they did capitalize on that. But what I'm saying is, what if we would have just left these people where they were? Do you understand that even during slavery, most black children were raised in a two-parent home?
But if we were to take away welfare and the social safety net, the opinion of the average black activist would be that this was a massive detriment to the lives of black people, right? Like you're saying that somehow would make things better?
It was implemented to help black people. It wasn't implemented to destroy the black family. Maybe it had that effect. That's debatable, but they didn't do it thinking this is how we're going to black people. Also, it's worth noting, just like the hip hop music and beating your kids, there's no racial rules around welfare that say you have to be black to get welfare. So you don't see white women kicking their husbands to the curbs, being like, I'm going to go on welfare now. And so I don't know why that is either. If it's so great, if it's so great to just be on welfare and be a single mom, why don't more people do it from other races?
Well, you're just ignoring the historical record. all the way up into these entitlement programs were being introduced, Black kids were growing up in two-parent homes. You just read the statistic about the Black wealth being half of white people a few decades removed from slavery. People were like my mom and my dad. We were growing up in the movie The Wonder Years. The show The Wonder Years is now about a Black family. Two-parent home in the 60s. If you look at when entitlement programs were introduced, everything declined at that point. So you can argue, I don't think that's the reason. No,
Yeah,
that's
also
exactly.
the Civil Rights Act happened, and I think that's
Even that was horrible.
yes.
It was shit.
Wait, why was that horrible?
Let's get rid of the Civil Rights Act. Let's bring back segregation, and then everybody's happy.
Because
right?
it incentivized victimhood. It told Black people, you need an unfair advantage so that you can be as successful as white people. But the thing is, if you would have just left shit alone, Black people were already on that trajectory. We were already getting to the point where we were nipping at the heels of white people when it came to our wealth and all that stuff. The civil rights movement destroyed Black America. Desegregation destroyed Black America because it made us want to be participants.
What are we arguing about? And we agree on everything.
No, but who instituted this shit? Who voted that into law?
Even if I agree that it was white people,
okay,
that doesn't let's focus on the president.
So
let's just focus on getting segregation back, repealing civil rights, and fixing all the problems.
I'll do this. I'll agree with you on that. If you agree that white people implemented all the shit that led to where we are now.
Yes, they did.
Okay, you just lost the debate.
I don't think the terms of the debate were clearly defined. But either way, like, if you're acknowledging that white people did all of this work to desegregate America, isn't this like really spitting in the face of the argument that white people are inherently racist and have really begrudgingly, given into this progress?
No, I believe those things were done out of racism. I believe. No, listen.
I love
the
it.
number one beneficiary of civil rights affirmative action was not Black people. It was white women.
That's not true.
Yes, it's
so
true.
Racist that we're going to give you money. We're going to give you your rights. We're going to stop beating you. Tell the police to, call off the dogs,
There's this
etc.
Black activist woman, I can't remember her name, but she said that. She said white women are the number one beneficiaries of affirmative. It's not true.
Yes, they
She just made it up. There's no data.
No.
She just made it up.
Listen.
It's not true.
Listen, when civil rights got passed, all these oppressed groups were included. It was not something that was exclusively for Black people. That's one of the huge issues I have with civil rights. We fought for this shit, but when it came time for the benefits to be doled out, it went to everybody. One of the biggest beneficiaries of civil rights and of DEI, this is a fact even today, are white women. Were white women not allowed to get the scholarships and all that stuff that were provided under the Civil Rights Act and affirmative action, right or wrong?
I don't know specifically about scholarships under the Civil Rights Act, women probably get some scholarships, but when it comes to hiring under affirmative action, that all goes to Black people. That's why, that's why government jobs are full to the brim of Black people. That's why you go to the DMV, you see Black women
and white women.
But white women are a much bigger portion of the population.
Who goes to college at the highest rate? White men or white women?
White women.
Yes, why? Because affirmative action made it easier for them to go to college.
It's more complicated than that.
It's pretty simple.
No, there's a lot going on. Like college got so feminized that men didn't want to go anymore, and women were convinced they have to be these big boss bitches, so they all wanted to go. But the point is that Black women and Black people do get the most affirmative action jobs,
and white women
by far. Like if you're talking about on a per capita, like a rate basis, it would be Black people.
Okay, Fortune 500 companies. Are there more white female CEOs or Black female CEOs?
I'm gonna guess white.
Right. If you look at
that's not because necessarily.
Listen. Just look at the result. Look at the result. I'm trying to tell you, white women went from being in the kitchen, stay-at-home moms, to being Fortune 500 CEOs.
I don't think they're giving out the CEO positions based on
action. I don't think that's what that does.
It's more
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised these days. You will be surprised. In the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, Stop yourself.
I mean, I can think of some
board
examples that I've ran
positions,
into.
maybe.
Yeah,
where
so y'all, you guys argue it for the sake of arguing, but if you really look at it, the shit is true. DEI is basically the rehashing of affirmative action and all the things about equality. And if you look it up, white women benefited more from DEI than even black people. Gays and trans and white women, they benefited from that.
No.
I had an experience once where I had a meeting with a company, a large company, and the CEO was a woman of color, not black, but like Indian or some shit. And she was flanked by two white men who clearly were the most knowledgeable ones, who clearly deserved to have her job. And she was clearly there as a token, which even my liberal ass white wife could agree with. Like it was so painfully obvious.
Yeah.
So it definitely happens. But
And if you go to places where there's not a huge number of blacks or illegal or immigrants, the next one on that hierarchy for diversity, equity, inclusion are white women. And because there are more white women in America than black women, than Asian women, than Indian women, guess who, by sheer numbers, statistically speaking, have more advantage? White women.
Okay, so you guys both agree that the country should be segregated.
I believe segregation hurt the black community.
Desegregation. Right.
And I believe that his white people and your white people literally manipulated that situation to destroy the black nuclear family and the black economy.
Should we split the country down the middle approximately?
Not now.
Where we put the Hispanics? No. Okay. So now you're determined to be one with the white people.
No. Now I'm determined to take the steps necessary to restore black autonomy. We got to start making black people have become a totally dependent class. So it's going to take time to get us from that mindset of like, we need
all together to get the thought of a black man. So they picking your brain right now. This what I mean by this is what I be saying. They picking his brain to see. They picking his brain. This is what they do. He's sitting there telling all the tricks, all the everything. He think he being smart right now, which he is giving some smart opinions, some smart history, some smart directions of what's going on. But they picking your brain, bruh. That's what they doing. They trying to play dumb and they ain't this and this. They want to. This is how they do it. They picking your brain. You next. They just fired the dude you got an argument with. Now they seem like you sitting in the middle of two white dudes trying to explain a black and white issue that is like simply it's noticeable type shit. It's simple.
The white man for everything and get us back to the mindset we had coming out of slavery, which was like, we got to do this shit on our own.
They tried that in Haiti. They tried that in South Africa. They've tried that lots of places. Black autonomy doesn't seem that great. They sent a bunch of the freed black slaves to Liberia, gave them the Constitution. They had like an almost exact carbon copy of the U.S. Constitution. They said, here, go have your own country. Didn't work out, and it has never worked out. Black autonomy has never worked out.
So what you want to do is, in one instance, we got to keep it insulated to America. But then when I make a obvious statement, obviously true, and you don't really have an answer for that rebuttal, now we're going international again. That's fine. But what I'm telling you is, we know it works because we've already done it here in America.
Where
Reconstruction,
Black Wall Street,
Reconstruction. No, I'm not. You want to bring up Black Wall Street? See, you used to debate on Twitter.
I don't know what we're talking about.
What I'm telling you is, coming out of slavery, black people built more wealth. We built wealth at a faster rate than whites, because you guys were never enslaved. So how the hell did we in 50 years get to half of your wealth? Like you just looked up on ChatGPT. We got to almost half. If you kept things going the way they were, we would have been somewhere in the ballpark of white wealth. But what happened? You guys started helping. I'm going to put these quotes up. You guys started helping us.
How can you blame us for trying to help?
You ain't helping. You manipulating shit.
Us, meaning a lot of people.
You're manipulating things. White people are not dumb. White people understand, look, if they're gaining on us, we need to throw some shit out there that's going to make them lose speed.
But it feels
and
like
that was all that civil rights shit.
it feels like you're arguing that white people are capable of a degree of cultural control and manipulation that A, seems kind of unrealistic, and B, if true, is indicative of such masterful control over society that, like, shit, I guess they deserve whatever they ended up getting
You're
here,
crying
right?
about black autonomy. No one's got a gun to your head saying, "Hey, you can't have a two-parent household. You can't go to school." Like, no one's stopping you from doing anything. Would you agree with that? No one's. You're blaming the policies. You're blaming these incentives. And even if we accept that's true, even if we accept people are failing because of welfare or they can't beat their kids or whatever it is, do you accept that you could just choose to do those things?
There is someone impeding me because and I'll use you as an example. Let's say you have a kid. Your kid wakes up in the morning, Dad, school. I'm not going to school. I'm about to go out here on the corner and smoke weed with my friends. What do you do to make them not do that? How do you make them go to school?
I mean, this is one of these.
I'm asking you a question that's leading to the answer to the crap you're talking about. How do you make your kid, if your 14-year-old son says, "Dad, school, I'm going to go smoke weed with my friends," how do you make him go to school?
I feel like you want me to say I'm going to beat the shit out of him.
Well, you'll go to jail if you do that. So besides beating the shit out of him, how do you make him go to school and get an education and not become a member of Oblak?
I would raise my kids better than that to begin with.
No, what if he just start? See, everyone don't turn out how they was raised. There's something called influence outside of your house. What if he just gets with the wrong crowd, like the kid who was from Palo Verde or whatever, and joined the Rolling 60 Crips? He's a white kid. What if he just gets around the wrong crowd and he's like, "Cool, I'm gonna go smoke weed with the homies." What are you gonna do to make him go to school?
If I can't talk some sense into him, I am kicking the shit out of him. I don't care what the
And
law
then you're gonna go to
says.
jail.
Okay.
And then guess what he's gonna do?
You gotta hit him on like the side of the head so there's no visible injuries.
Yeah, exactly.
Any abuser knows that.
But listen, so then you go to jail,
Get like
and
a
now
sock with some soap in it.
So when you go to jail, what is he gonna do as soon as you get locked up?
Smoke more weed to deal with it.
Join Oblak.
He's gonna go right do what he intended to do, right? Now you're in jail and can't do anything.
Right.
Okay. That is the position that you guys have placed black parents in. That's why the shit's getting out of control. Once you restore qualified immunity for parents, I promise you will see a decline in this shit that black people are doing. You got 8-year-old black kids toting guns in these cities. When your 8-year-old is toting a gun, you know the parent has lost control, or either they're a drug addict.
It just feels like kind of a dodge for you to say that the parents being not being able to legally beat the shit out of their kids is the X factor.
It obviously is, but also, I'm going to agree. I agree with you, actually. And it goes back to what I was saying, that when I was talking about black people in the military, black people do better when the discipline is stricter.
All people do better when they have more discipline.
Black people and white people are different. Not everybody is the same. So I think black people specifically need stricter discipline in order to do well. So I'm gonna agree with you, and I'm gonna give you that one. Although,
you can't give nobody what it is, man.
That's why the shit's getting out of control. Once you restore qualified immunity for parents, I promise you will see a decline in this shit that black people are doing. You got 8-year-old black kids toting guns in these cities. When your 8-year-old is toting a gun, you know the parent has lost control, or either they're a drug addict.
It just feels like kind of a dodge for you to say that the parents being not being able to legally beat the shit out of their kids is the X factor.
It obviously is, but also, I'm going to agree. I agree with you, actually. And it goes back to what I was saying, that when I was talking about black people in the military, black people do better when the discipline is stricter.
All people do better when they have more discipline.
Black people and white people are different. Not everybody.
It's only us. We need discipline. It's only us. Nobody in the world nobody else need discipline. Just black people. He's just saying, just beat the shit out of black people. That's what he's saying. White people okay. We good over here. Y'all need it over there from the black people and the white people. But us over here, we good.
everybody's the same. So I think black people specifically need stricter discipline in order to do well. So I'm gonna agree with you, and I'm gonna give you that one. Although I would question that a lot of these single moms aren't beating their kids. I think a lot of people
go to jail if they do.
I think a lot of people get away with beating their kids still today.
If you go to Appalachia, if you go up to the Catskill Mountains, there's some degenerate ass white people over there. We're doing crazy stuff. The Hatfields and McCoys, blood feud, that lasted for decades. So it's proof that white people could do the same shit. Look at these guys who used to rob the banks, Babyface Nelson, John Dillinger, all this stuff. Stop yourself.
But anyone
what happened? For one, those people were locked up, right? There had law enforcement who was keeping those people in check. Then, guess what? You had parents who could kick the shit out of their kids when they saw their kid trying to imitate John Dillinger.
But there are other ways to discipline your kid besides beating the shit out of them. And also, like, anyone who's spent a significant amount of time in Asia, I mean, being strict with your kids seems like it really is the way forward. You go to Japan and you see how unbelievably strict their society is and how well it functions. Right. It just seems like, yeah, I mean, a lot of parents should go in that direction. For me, as a parent, as somebody who grew up with extreme behavioral issues, for sure, I'm raising my kid in a very strict environment. She doesn't have a phone, she doesn't have a tablet, she's not allowed to watch TV, she has structured activities and programs after school, etc. You know, I mean, it just feels like the deciding factor in which to explain away why there's so many problems with young people in the black community can't just be it being harder to abuse your kids.
Not even, see, that's what I'm saying. It's not even the fact that you want to beat the shit out of your kid. Even the language you're using is that language that led to kind of this situation. You can't discipline your kids in any way. Oh, face the corner, stay in your room. Now they're saying that's trauma.
You can't send your kids to the room.
Listen, what I'm telling you, you gotta be involved in this shit. I literally have a foster kid. I have a foster kid. Well, you cannot do anything that induces trauma. So if that kid goes to their school and says, man, my dad made me go to my room and like, I was so scared and this and that. My dad sent me to bed without dinner, whatever. They will remove your child. So you are fortunate enough to live in an environment where it's like, I can kind of manage this, and like in like Beverly Hills or wherever you live, CPS ain't crawling through the neighborhood, people ain't stitching you out. But I'm telling you, literally, if your kid attacked you with a knife and you punched him in the face and knocked him out, and the police came to your house, they would remove your child and take you directly to jail.
Way expect us to be like, oh yeah, we did this, we did that. Back to what we was talking about. That's what I mean by grow up. People be stuck in the same motherfucking in the same lane, think everybody else still stuck there. Still in the same thinking. Same lane, same thinking, and think. That's what people wake up and think about dumb shit every morning. Nah, nigga. Nobody wake up and think about that stupid shit you be thinking about. I think about reality of what's going on. How I'ma make shit better. These people be thinking about dumb shit. I take dumb shit out my mouth. You know what I'm saying? Well-educated black people, man, they ain't. Man, show at least you trying. Like, at least you trying to change something. You got motherfuckers still in the same motherfucking road. The back road. The same road of the bus. They still at the same road of the bus. The back road of the bus. Just like this man, he sitting here trying to explain something to a man who he ain't trying to hear that shit. He think black people are dumb. He just wants us away from him, point blank, period. Get away from me. I don't want this. You know, black people do this and black people do that and black people do this and black people do that and white people don't do nothing. We are real humble people. Our kids they don't do these things. Come on, man, stop. That's all he think, that but they don't do these things. And the man trying to express to him, man, that People are people. You know what I'm saying? People do some fucked up shit. Don't matter what color their ass is. You got criminal white people, criminal black people, criminal Chinese people, criminal Indian people, criminals. You got, they just say criminals. You have criminals. It ain't even got to be a color. You got criminals in every category. You know what I'm saying? You got smart people in every category. You got dumb people in every category. You got wannabes in every category. Like, they all people. Missing the point, or just don't want to see. That's all that is. I wouldn't even have a conversation with him no more. After a while, having a conversation with that man about black and white, and all he could say, "Oh, black people do this and black," and this black nigga just sitting up there just I agree with you, but I'm saying this, and I'm saying you making some good points, but your agreement with certain shit that you agreeing with is crazy. You can't, come on, man, stop. You agreeing with shit that don't even make no sense. I said hi. In black. Well, white people don't gotta whoop their kids' ass. Shit, that's a lie. How many white people I done seen whoop their kids' ass? What is you talking about? Now you completely illusional. Fuck out of here. You trying to completely, but white people don't gotta whoop their kids' ass. They don't get in trouble. Fuck was you at? Real thing. Like, now white people don't gotta whoop their kids' ass. I know some white kids that got abused. He sitting there talking about white kids don't get ass whippings. They don't need them. Shit. Fuck is he talking about? That's just a person just don't want to look at the facts. They don't want to look at the facts. You don't want to tell the truth. You don't want to look at the facts of what happened. I'm gonna have to do God again. They don't want to look at the facts of what happened, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta look at the facts, bruh. You can't just say it's just what black people. That's great. It's people. That's what he trying to express to you. It ain't about black and white for real no more. Because all people out there, John, killing. All of them, they killing. A lot of them selling drugs. White people doing drugs. Like, this been going on, people. You got the rock and roller. He believe in the devil. That's what, like, he threw up the devil. He threw up the devil horns and shit like that. But you throwing up devil horns, but you got a whole cross on your neck. Which one is you? A church person or you the devil? How you throwing up the devil horns and you got a cross on your neck? I'm trying to figure this shit out. That's crazy. Hold on, where is it at? Where you at? Take a break. Come back. Then come back. You keeping an eye on things. I know I ain't doing it like that today. Are you trying to keep an eye? You got that one to come in and go out, come in and go out. I
That's a person trying to keep an eye on things. He's I think he's just trying to avoid the answer to what dude's saying, man. You know, of course, everybody racist. That's what I say. You just got some people just more racist than others. That's all that is. Some people racist to a certain extent and shit. And then you got some people just straight up racist. They almost shit. They what is this? Said hi, Langston Tourist TV. What's up, man? You're right. I know. Let's see. Only in America, Langston TV. All good. Okay. Everything all good. Can I pull up and smoke? Bruh, smoke crack. My neighborhood my neighbor car got one door. My chicken wings got burnt. Just say dumb shit. Instead of saying, you know what I'm saying, some real things, you say dumb shit. And I'm not gonna block him. I'm gonna let him keep saying dumb shit. So he can realize, or she can realize, or whoever you can realize with, like, come on, bro, you look stupid. Explains talking to a 44-year-old like you a kid and shit. Like every day is playtime. That's the problem. Everybody think nobody change. Every day is playtime and all that. Nobody get old. Or, you know what I'm saying? We stay at the same pace. Fuck out of here. I'm old. I got old. That mean I matured. That don't mean I went backwards, ass nigga. My brain wiser. Not slumping. Up. Gotta do it again. So now, hold on. I ain't selling ain't no dope for this channel. It's real words. The hell, I'm gonna be on Slim all day. He said the dumbest shit. My chicken wings got burnt. My neighbor's car got one door. My cat got one leg. I'm smoking crack right now. Man, come on, bro. You delusional to the world. Delusional to the world, man. Yeah, today's Sunday. I gotta do my thing on this Sunday. Saturday. Sunday gonna be worse. I only do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll get back to it though. Let's see. My neighbor car got one door.
Oh, goofy motherfucker. My neighbor car got one door. Fuck. I'm smoking crack right now. Foolish. Foolish, 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 foolish. It's lawyer moves, lawyer moves. Man, make sure y'all hit that motherfucking like button. Subscribe. We about to get back into it. You say foolish shit. My dog took a poop. Come on, man. What the fuck is your head at? My dog took a poop today. I see you, yeah, yeah. Excuse me. If it's cold outside, da data. Let's start a data. All right, let's get back to that black and white issue, huh? That's good though. A black dude sitting down talking to a racist white dude, and they debating.
To reintroduce things that were deconstructed, the rates move much closer together. They look more. They're like in the same. They're at the same levels. So what I'm saying is, we do need to put the black fathers back at home. Most 90% of all people who are specialists in this field say the same thing: the removal of the black father from the home. You argue, oh, some of these people want to leave and stuff. Well, this stuff is all documented. Why black fathers left the home. Why black kids grew up without fathers, or really any parenting because the mom had to work and stuff. So what I'm arguing is not something that has not been studied and been proven. But what I'm saying is, one thing we know about this country that will never cease to be true, well, it might. White people instituted all that shit. You guys have been running this country for longer than anybody. So everything that happens in this country is your fault.
Everything.
Damn near. You got some hand in it. It's 500 white men on Capitol Hill running this country. They ain't all black. So whatever happens in this country, they're allowing it to happen. Because if someone does a crime, they're supposed to go to jail. But white liberals in New York are saying, no. Write them a ticket and give them cashless bail. Black people ain't controlling that.
I feel like both of us feel like it's not within our control.
Black people are like the ones doing the crime. That is the problem. You can say like, oh, it's white liberals' fault they're not going to jail, but it's also like, well, no one's holding a gun to your head making you go out and commit crime. No one's forcing you to not comply with the police officer who pulls you over to give you a ticket.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's just like all these obvious problems, but there's no accountability. So
There's no accountability for black people problems, but what about the accountability about white people? It's just terrible, man. You listen to this, man.
My fatigue is increasing as this conversation keeps going because I can't. It's like nothing is your fault. Nothing is your people's fault. Everything is white people's fault. And even if that was true, it wouldn't change where I'm coming from, which is like, well, if we separate, if we have our own countries, like we're in a white country. America's a white country built by white people for white people.
And black people.
So if you want to talk about like affirmative action benefiting white people, it's like white people shouldn't have to compete with other people in their own country for the jobs in the country.
So you're gonna say
that's not your country, bruh. In their own country, this is ours. You killed some Indians for this country. This is not yours. We built this. We had this. We did this for this country. No, you took this country. and built it off of slaves. Like you missing everything. Like this is our country. If it was y'all country, then y'all would have did everything in y'all country on your own. Yeah, come on, man. You can't do that.
White people built America and no one else contributed to that.
If you look at what the founding fathers said when they set up the original rules around naturalization and who could become a citizen, it was explicit that you had to be white. That was like one of the rules for becoming an American citizen. So when I say America was created by white people for white people, I'm talking about the founding fathers, the people who wrote the Constitution, the people who designed the government and the law.
They didn't find a country, bruh. They didn't found a country. They're not founders. They're not the founder of this country. They're not the founder fathers of this. That's how they go. There you go. They not the founding fathers of this country. Like, man, take that off. Like, how they the founders of a country that was already found? That don't even make
laws and all that. They were white men who built a country for white people,
and then brought a bunch of black people over here because we just came here willingly. Exactly. Yes. So your argument is ignorant. They built it for white people, white this, white that. But because you guys are too lazy to work your own fields, you went and got a bunch of black people. We didn't ask to come here. We didn't book a flight. Like,
would you agree that
mistakes were made?
Slavery was normal all over the world at that time.
Listen, I'm not arguing. Right. But what I keep trying to tell you, and you just made my point again, this shit is you guys' fault. Your founding fathers made this for you and then brought a bunch of black people here.
Yeah, so I agree that was a mistake. I agree that was a mistake. So
stop blaming us for your mistakes.
Well, it's not even a question of blame. It's a question of what's the solution. And as a white nationalist,
you just said that was our mistake. So why is you blaming us for your mistake?
Ideal solution would be all the black people go live in Liberia or something like that. That would be the ideal. That's not going to happen, obviously. But if I had the infinity gauntlet,
if I had my way
or whatever,
I believe all black people should go back to Africa, 100%. But listen,
we agree on all the good stuff. I actually kind of like you now.
But listen to what I'm telling you.
That's what people were saying to me before this. Is like they're going to agree on everything.
If you guys stay the out of black people's business, we will be. We can do it ourselves. What were the murder rates with white on black crime rates? I mean, black on white crime rates during Reconstruction when black people were creating the Republican Party and voting conservative. We weren't doing anything, you guys. We literally were making our own insulated communities like we just want to be left alone. We were calling that shit Freemanville and shit like that. You guys started manipulating. You started intruding into our spaces. Manipulating situations, which directly led to us having to interact with each other more than we really should be. So y'all started that shit. We were like, segregation, all right, the way it is. You gotta drink out of a bucket. Okay. We might have water fountains in 20 years. We didn't even argue it. We accepted it. Black people pretty much accept whatever white people say. This is what we doing now. You guys stop yelling at us. You guys stop.
Get a job. Raise your kids.
You guys, listen. What happened was
your new orders just went out.
What happened is you guys were too successful, and you're victims of your own success. All your sons and offspring became pussies. Their women revolted against them. I want to work now and all this shit. Black men, we have the system beat the shit out of our women. Still.
You're so pro-abuse.
Listen, women's rights.
Like women and children need to get the shit kicked out of them in your worldview.
All I'm saying is a man needs to be a man in his own house. The person who made it illegal for a man to be a man in his own house was white people. You guys gave your women empowerment, gave them the right to vote. They turned on you. Then they started supporting the gays. Then the gays became trannies. And because you guys are too weak to stand up to your own kids, Mom, Dad, I hate you, and all this shit, our society has deteriorated. Now, the college white kids are perpetuating the black ignorance. So if I want to go out to O Block and exterminate all those gangbangers, I can't, because a white guy's going to come take me to jail.
You're not wrong, okay? You're not wrong.
I know I'm not wrong. I don't need a white person to tell me that.
Sure. What I'm here to tell you is that the whole thing of white people being pussies, you're seeing that come to an end. We're at the tail end of that.
And I welcome
that's what
that.
This conversation
I
about
welcome
fatigue
that.
is about.
Do you want to go outside and fight right now?
We're giving money to Charlotte. That's what
I was like, oh, please no. I get with it. He's had many near fights.
You look like you have a pretty good bench, man.
Listen, I just benched today 545 3 times. Yeah. So here's the thing. Well, I gotta work out. All these dudes want to fight me.
That is a lot.
But here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I want white empowerment. I want you guys to feel strong. Because if you guys feel confident, that means my kid has a safer environment to grow up in. Because maybe you'll stop being pussies and start taking people to jail when they do crime. If you told me, snap the Infinity Gauntlet and every member of O Block will be disappeared, you know how fast I'll snap my
So
fingers?
he's saying Shiloh Hendricks good, and you're saying you actually are in favor of that because it might keep your kids in line?
No, she's just ignorant. You know what I'm saying. You're trying to be...
Well, I agree. She's
ignorant. She's trailer trash because what she's doing is just like attention seeking. She's just doing it to try to get a reaction. She's calling some autistic kid the N-word. That's not helping anything. Even most white racists would be like, that's not right.
We still haven't seen that kid, right?
Well, we haven't seen... Here's my
issue. A lot of
issue.
questions about this kid.
No, here's my issue. Where were the parents?
Right.
Where was that little black boy's parents?
Yeah.
That's what I take issue.
And there's like a random child molester screaming at her on the playground, right?
And I feel like it was all staged. I really do.
I don't think so.
I feel like it was staged. But
I don't feel like it's staged, but I feel like there's more going on.
This is rage baiting.
Where are the parents? Where's the kid? Shouldn't they be like making some kind of appearance?
Where are the parents? And so I would say Shiloh Hendricks is ignorant as for saying that, but ultimately the parents are irresponsible for not being there with their kid and their kid who's supposedly autistic going through someone's bag. That's wrong to do. And that kid has no supervision. And I bet you if the kid, and let me stop saying parent, we know he has a single mother with no daddy around. But what I'm saying is, these are situations that need to be addressed. But black people can address these situations if we're empowered to do so. But if I, like I said, if I go to O Block and say, listen, we getting rid of all these O Block little pookies tonight because we don't want them endangering all the other families, the families around here, who's going to come take me to jail? A white man. You can't do that. Put your hands behind your back. You guys get in the way, but then complain about the problem that needs to be solved.
Right.
Out the way, we'll handle that.
Sure. Real quick, couple questions. If let's say the kid's not autistic, is Shiloh still ignorant? Like, is that how much of a factor is that for you?
Shiloh's still ignorant, but also the parents are also ignorant and negligent.
It seems like a little bit of a contradiction to say we need to beat the kids, but then you're gonna get your panties all up in a bunch about saying some mean words to a kid.
I'm just saying she's ignorant. I'm not saying she's a criminal or she's a devil, none of that. She's just an ignorant trailer trash white lady, which is fine. Yeah, she has a right to say whatever.
Man, come on, man. That ain't good. You saying something to a kid that's not yours and calling them some disrespectful shit, that don't help nothing.
She wants this America First Amendment. First Amendment.
It seems like a pretty low bar to say adult calling a small child any kind of racial slur probably puts them in the ignorant bucket or bad person bucket.
That lady is ignorant. And she's prejudiced and she's racist and she's she's not someone you would even want to sit down and have a meal with. But I let her. We live in America. The great thing about America.
I'd love to talk to Shiloh.
You're probably hitting on her.
I had to think about this during this conversation. How curious about
You're
the rest
probably
of
hitting
her
on her.
life.
He seemed like he'll be like, listen. The whole thing is, we live in America. She has a right to say whatever she wants to. I'll go to war and die for her to have the right to say what she wants to. But I also have the right to deem her to be ignorant. If I
feel like you would be less forgiving if she's called your child the N-word on.
No, listen.
I feel like you'd knock her out.
If she called my daughter could beat her ass. My daughter's freaking strong as hell. She's 16. But the thing is, my daughter's taller than me. So, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Wow. She plays volleyball. But the thing is, fuck that. She called me an N-word. So, you crack her ass, whatever. And I'm going to keep it moving. You call me something derogatory, I'm gonna call you something derogatory. Let's go home. Let's go get internet.
I feel like though you are kind of content brained, so her screaming the N-word, you probably would stop for a second and think, wow, if I capture this on video, this could be very beneficial.
I honestly don't even think about content. I literally this is who I am. Like with this guy, there are things we agree on, but where we disagree is what is the cause and what's the solution. I believe that white people need to let black people handle certain communal issues on our own, because there's nobody in this room who would argue against the fact that if you would allow black men fathers to go get rid of O Block without no repercussions, O Block would have been gone years ago, because organized men will always outbeat unorganized boys. Or when they was 8 years old and we whooped, remember back in the day when